just wanna know what you think about me when the summer's over. Hey, yeah, it's been a blast. I still remember even after October. And when the winter falls, just think about me and I'll keep you warm. Seasons have changed, I still remain with thoughts of you. And I'm just not the same, I admit, like autumn. I'm falling for you. Wait, I don't wanna go. Time goes flying when you're wrapped in the moment. One more night, just follow me home. Tell me about all of your dreams. Just wanna know you. Let's pretend like the world ends today, 'cause tomorrow you'll be miles away. Seasons have changed, I still remain with thoughts of you. And I'm just not the same, I admit, like autumn. I'm falling for you. I'll be waiting till the day you come back my way. I'll be counting every minute to see your face. I'll be waiting till the day you come back my way. I'll be counting every minute, 'cause though seasons have changed, oh, I still remain. And though seasons have changed, I still remain with thoughts of you. And I'm just not the same, I admit, like autumn. I'm falling for you. Seasons have changed, I still remain with thoughts of you. Thoughts of you. And I'm just not the same, I admit, like autumn. I'm falling for you. When you move, there's a freedom from your hips to your eyes. Patron saint of the season, yeah, you were built for mid-July. You got the glow of the sunset, you got the rush of the ocean waves, burning high like it's wanted. You make it feel like summer again, again. With your skin soft as ice cream, yeah, you melt under my touch. And with your kiss strong as lightning, you got me falling right back in love. You got the glow of the sunset, you got the rush of the ocean wave, you're burning high like it's wanted. You make it feel like summer again, again. You make it feel like summer again, again. And we both know that it's probably not gonna last forever. In the blink of an eye, May turns into September. When we look back at all the things that we could remember, I want to remember you, and then I'll feel it again, again. And then I'll feel it again, again. You got the glow of rush of the ocean wave. You're burning high like it's wanted. You make it feel like summer again. We got a chance and we'll live it. The only rule is there's no regret. From the start to the end, you make it feel like summer again. Again, you make it feel like summer again. Again, you make it feel like summer. Oh yeah.
I might burn a bridge or two, thinking that you're cute. Cause now I'm wanting things I can't have. It all happened so fast. Got me out of bounds. Your name falls out my mouth. Almost every other sentence. No, I can't help it. No, I can't help it. Yeah, I know it's kinda bad. Now I fall, I'm going mad. When you text me back and you look like that in your black hat, it's getting dangerous. How'd I get so deep into this? Oh yeah, now I can't keep my head from spinning. Gotta love that it's forbidden. Turns me on that it's off limits. How'd I get so deep into this? Oh yeah, now I can't keep my head from spinning. Tell me who I'm really kidding. Turns me on that it's off limits. I should cut it off, but I can't get enough. I'm not trying to keep it business when you got me addicted. You got me addicted. Yeah, I know it's kinda bad. Now I fall, I'm going mad. When you text me back and you look like that in your black hat, it's getting dangerous. How'd I get so deep into this? Oh yeah, now I can't keep my head from spinning. Gotta love that it's forbidden. Turns me on that it's off limits. How'd I get so deep into this? Oh yeah, now I can't keep my head from spinning. Tell me who I'm really kidding. Turns me on that it's off limits. Rip off the red tape, cut off the lights. It's off limits. Break down the doors, can't fight it no more. Yeah, I'm going for it now. How'd I get so deep into this? Oh yeah, now I can't keep my head from spinning. Gotta love that it's forbidden. Turns me on that it's How'd I get so deep into this? Oh yeah, now I can't keep my head from spinning. Tell me who I'm really kidding. Turns me on that it's off limits. So off limits. Gotta have it. So off limits. space, just keep painting constellations. You cover me in glitter till I'm shining bright. I never wanna leave the sky. The way you made me feel alive. I was in the dark and baby you're the light. You're from another planet. I've never felt like this. I don't know how I ever survived without it. I'm starry-eyed. Got me upside down, spinning around you. Wanna taste the clouds, dance with the moonlight. Take a trip around your body. Boy, I love the way you got me. Starry-eyed, got me starry-eyed. Couldn't fight if I wanted. Flying to places that I never thought I could go. You're a meteor shower, falling down all over me. Yeah, you're making me glow. Couldn't fight if I wanted. Flying to places that I never thought I could go. Starry-eyed, got me starry-eyed. Yeah, got me upside down, spinning around you. Wanna taste the clouds, dance with the moonlight. Take a trip around your body. Boy, I love the way you got me. Starry-eyed, got me starry-eyed. Got me upside down, spinning around you. Wanna taste the clouds, dance with the moonlight. Take a trip around your body. Boy, I love the way you got me. Starry-eyed, got me starry-eyed. Got me upside down, spinning around you. Wanna taste the clouds, dance with the moonlight. Take a trip around your body.
Hey, babe, I just wanna know what you think about me when the summer's over. Hey, yeah, it's been a blast. I still remember even after October. And when the winter falls, just think about me and I'll keep you warm. Seasons have changed, I still remain with thoughts of you. And I'm just not the same, I admit, like autumn. I'm falling for you. Wait, I don't wanna go. Time goes flying when you're wrapped in the moment. One more night, just follow me home. Tell me about all of your dreams. Just wanna know you. Let's pretend like the world ends today, 'cause tomorrow you'll be miles away. Seasons have changed, I still remain with thoughts of you. And I'm just not the same, I admit, like autumn. I'm falling for you. I'll be waiting till the day you come back my way. I'll be counting every minute to see your face. I'll be waiting till the day you come back my way. I'll be counting every minute, 'cause though seasons have changed, oh, I still remain. And though seasons have changed, I still remain with thoughts of you. And I'm just not the same, I admit, like autumn. I'm falling for you. Seasons have changed, I still remain with thoughts of you. Thoughts of you. Patron saint of the season. Yeah, you were built for mid-July. You got the glow of the sunset. You got the rush of the ocean waves. Burning high like it's wanted. You make it feel like summer again. With your skin soft as ice cream. Yeah, you melt under my touch. And with a kiss strong as lightning, you got me falling right back in love. You got the glow of the sunset. You got the rush of the ocean waves. You're burning high like it's wanted. You make it feel like summer again. Yeah, you make it feel like summer again. Yeah. And we both know that it's probably not gonna last forever. In the blink of an eye, May turns into September. When we look back at all the things that we could remember, I want to remember you, and then I'll feel it again, and then I'll feel it again, again. You got the glow of the sunset. You got the rush of the ocean waves. You're burning high like it's wanted. You make it feel like summer again. We got a chance and we'll live it. The only rule is there's no regret. From the start to the end, you make it feel like summer again. Again, you make it feel like summer again. Again, you make it feel like summer. Oh yeah.
I might burn a bridge or two, thinking that you're cute. Cause now I'm wanting things I can't have. It all happened so fast. Guide me out of bounds. Your name falls out my mouth. Almost every other sentence. No, I can't help it. No, I can't help it. Yeah, I know it's kinda bad. Now my phone, I'm going mad. When you text me back and you look like that in your black hat, it's getting dangerous. Ooh, how'd I get so deep into this? Oh yeah, I can keep my head from spinning. Ooh, said, golden baby, get me high. Touching me like lightning, keeping it exciting. You know exactly what to do to blow my mind. You're from another planet. I've never felt like this. I don't know how I ever survived without it. I'm starry-eyed, got me upside down, spinning around you. Wanna taste the clouds, dance with the moon. Take a trip around your body. Boy, I love the way you got me. Starry-eyed, got me starry-eyed. This bed is out of space, just keep painting constellations. You cover me in glitter till I'm shining bright. I never wanna leave the sky. The way you made me feel alive. I was in the dark and baby, you're the light. You're from another planet. I've never felt like this. I don't know how I ever survived without it. I'm starry-eyed, got me upside down, spinning around you. Wanna taste the clouds, dance with the moon. Take a trip around your body. Boy, I love the way you got me. Starry-eyed, got me starry-eyed. Couldn't fight if I wanted. Flying to places that I never thought I could go. You're a meteor shower, falling down all over me. Yeah, you're making me glow. Couldn't fight if I wanted. Flying to places that I never thought I could go. Starry-eyed, got me starry-eyed. Yeah, got me upside down, spinning around you. Wanna taste the clouds, dance with the moon. Take a trip around your body. Boy, I love the way you got me. Starry-eyed, got me starry-eyed. Got me upside down, spinning around you. Wanna taste the clouds, dance with the moon. Take a trip around your body. Boy, I love the way you got me. Starry-eyed, got me starry-eyed. Got me upside down, spinning around you. Wanna taste the clouds, dance with the moon. Take a trip around your body.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to this plenary session 2. The theme of this session is sharing how to identify research misconduct verification. I'm the moderator of this session. My name is Ping Zun from China. I'm a member of the planning committee of this conference. In the next 2 hours, we will have 4 speakers. They'll talk about both technical and socio-cultural aspects of investigation of research misconduct. As our audience can find the speakers' views and titles of their presentation in conference book, so I just give a brief introduction to the speaker and their topics. And our first speaker is Professor Ichikawa from Japan. As we all know that universities and institutions have their own policies and procedures for handling research misconduct. But while there are many aspects in technical and operational issues and to be considered and dealt with, Professor Ichikawa and his colleagues have been promoting the development of an international standard for handling research misconduct and to ensure the quality and fairness. And I believe that such work will benefit the world scientific community. Now, welcome Professor Ichikawa. And please, and
okay, now I'm muted. Now, what I would like to discuss with you today is a recent effort toward global standardization of fair investigation of alleged research misconduct. We think such an effort is warranted because researchers want to publish their work in international journals to attract global attention to their own work. Ooh, something wrong with this. To characterize the nature of our work, let me first briefly describe about our organization, the Association for the Promotion of Research Integrity, or APRI. The office locates on a busy street of Tokyo where 6 administrative officers are stationed. APRI is a non-profit organization free from any political bodies, made up only with volunteering faculty. Some are researchers and others are ex-researchers. They are experts in the field of biology, natural sciences, engineering, humanities, or sociology. APRI is supported by membership and user fees and competing government grants. Some 700,000 researchers or students from nearly 350 member institutions, universities, or otherwise use our e-learning materials, which are endorsed by the government funding agencies. Our education program also includes lectures, seminars, and symposiums. Seminars for human subject researchers we call boot camp focus on how to plan research that leads to meaningful results and how to conduct statistical analysis. This is because not only minimizing the risk involved, but also assuring the benefit is an indispensable part of human subject research. Annual nationwide symposium that APRI organizes focuses on the current pressing issues surrounding the integrity of research. APRI's task also includes assisting legislation at the government and institution levels. We also respond to requests for consultation from various institutions. We have 14 standing committees to carry out those missions, and as needed, set up an ad hoc committee. What I would discuss today is the work done by one such committee, resulting from extensive discussion taking place over a period, a year and a half, or 13 times of meetings, aiming to national and international harmonization and standardization of rules, which is another mission of APRI. This committee for the standardization of alleged research misconduct case review was made up with 22 expert members of a variety of qualifications to ensure that our final proposal is globally applicable. We invited comments from abroad in our discussion. Those include Zoe Hammett, Susan Garfinkel, Mike Kalichman, and Ivan Oransky. And later, when we submitted our conclusion in a manuscript for publication, journal reviewers also pitched in their ideas. As the first step, we discussed what are the required elements for the review to be fair, in that we found a few, including committee members' qualification and conflict of interest, protection of both complainants and respondents, some procedural requirements such as access and preservation of evidence, scope of investigation, opportunity for rebutting, and reporting. With regard to report, it should include persuasive logics and statement about limitations. Also included actions to be taken on identifying the research funds used and the need for retraction of the paper, as well as relevant rules employed for conclusion. Those are published on the website Retraction Watch in the form of table, and then shortly after, we receive a number of comments from reviewers, such as requests for permission to download the list. We continued and expanded our discussion, focusing on how to distinguish between black and white based on the available data. The proposal resulting from those continued discussion is published in Accountability Research. When we arranged for open access, it was downloaded more than 1,800 times in a half year, indicating global interest in the standardization of alleged misconduct investigations. The published proposal looks into a number of aspects in reviewing allegation. 28 different aspects, to be precise. Let me briefly discuss some of those aspects which are often variable among different institutions, starting with what and when to initiate investigation. It is up to individual institutions what to take up other than fabrication, falsification, and plagiarism. Standard investigation is set up when the validity of allegation is not denied by the preliminary investigation. Allegations by anonymous complainants can also be handled. With regard to the institution responsible for investigation, is it where the alleged misconduct was taken place or the respondent's current institution? The role of the committee should be clear to each committee member, namely, to determine whether the publication is authentic, to determine whether actual misconduct took place, who committed the misconduct, the background of the misconduct, the influence of the misconduct on the relevant fields, which to recommend correction or retraction, to identify the public funds used. With regard to the response to the complainant, 2 points are particularly important to let the complainant know. Those are, allegation cannot be withdrawn once preliminary investigation starts. This will have the effect of both protecting the complainant from pressures from respondent and any others to withdraw the allegation, as well as of suppressing frivolous allegations, thus to inform the complainant that appropriate actions will be taken when the investigation committee determines that the allegation is unreasonable and was made out of malice. Every committee member should know the purpose, why we investigate, and the scope, to what extent investigation needs to be carried out. In terms of the purposes and the scope of investigation, to achieve social justice, to comply with the guidelines, to recover public funds, to make sure in formulating measures to prevent future research misconduct, to reduce the incentive and discourage attempts at misconduct. In terms of the range of investigation for clarifying intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly, all persons involved in the publication in question, including co-authors and technical staff and such, and persons involved in the respondent's other papers to check the recidivism. This is the list of the bottom half of the required consideration in reaching the conclusion. First, of course, determining intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly. For this determination, email communications with co-authors and others concerned are of help. Of note, a publication containing multiple inauthentic data that leads to a certain same conclusions is deemed as evidence of intentionality or gross negligence. The practice commonly accepted in the respondents' research community are considered as part of fundamental duty of care, and negligence of these practices may be used in determining whether misconduct was committed. With regard to the response from respondent, he or she should be given an opportunity to express his or her opinions in order to avoid conflict of interest of committee members. Therefore, when we selecting investigation committee members, the list of candidates must be presented to the respondent. The committee should have a clear standard as to the relationship between misconduct and retraction. Thus, when available raw data prove authenticity, correction suffices it. In case other than the above, the investigation committee makes a finding of research misconduct and recommends retraction. Note that paper retraction does not necessarily signify misconduct. Committee also needs to assess if the misconduct has any relationship with instruction and or education that the respondent may have had. That is, whether or not the opportunities are available to receive research ethics education at the time when the misconduct was committed. Instructor-graduate-student relationship should be considered. That is, if his or her boss pressured or incited him or her or not. In this regard, the responsibility of institution and instructors should be considered separately from those of the researcher. With regard to reporting and disclosure, both respondent and complainant should receive the report, as well as the institution and the academic journal that published the paper. What I have discussed today is only an abstract of the recently published paper. And again, the full paper can be freely downloaded from a website. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Ichikawa. As we will start our question and answer session at the end of the presentation, so we'll move to the next speaker. And that is Professor Zeng from Chinese Taipei. And Professor Zeng is a famous scientist, and he attended all seven conferences of the World Conference on Research Integrity and all previous APRI network meetings. He has insight on research integrity. And today, his presentation will be on a topic related to the socio-cultural aspect of investigation. So please welcome Professor Zeng.
Hi everyone, this is Ove from Taiwan. It is nice to see every one of you on the net. I wish one of these days we should be able to face each other in a meeting like this. First of all, I'd like to say really happy Chinese New Year. Last month, we celebrate the Chinese New Year, and this is the year of the ox. What that means is we have to work harder and harder and hope that we get a prosperous product out of our hard working. Anyway, nice to see you all. First of all, let's talk about science advancement so fast. Nowadays, if we look at these pictures, you will see astro, bio, geno, neuro, cogno, info, techno, nano, medical, and of course, cultural, social. These all advance so fast and change it in a very complex way. In astro, everybody know we are now have knowledge some good knowledge about in the back of the moon, and also black hole become visibility. Now, if we talk about bio and ecology, people are now aware of sustainable environment had to be really make it sustainable. And in terms of genetic advances, we have the CRISPR, which affect every aspect of life, including especially agricultural life. And then we move to neuroscience. Brain science make it very clear that we have to know about our neurons and how they interact with each other and how they affect our learning and also teaching, and how they affect our behavior in the cognitive neuroscience. It's very important that we know how we attend attention, memory, decision making, problem solving, and above all, language. This is all important for our life, and we are in a really important information society now. What I mean is every knowledge that of ours in the past, present, and probable future are now available in the data bank. Many and abundant of them in the clouds. We almost are being swarmed by a lot of information flow. And this all make it possible because of high technology, high tech, including nowadays the advancement, progress in the AI, the precision and fast processing. And also because of the material that made up all these high tech are now in a very small and nano scale. All these together make the medical science and technology advance into another era. We are now talking about treatment in a very precise, and we are talking about treatment before and after in terms of what we mean by cognitive well-being. If we can all get this together, we're going to talk about a new cultural, social effect that becomes so complicated that we see a lot of migrations, we see a lot of ethnic interbreeding, and we see a lot of social complexities that become so complicated that we need to deal with it in the future. And because of that, we can see how this affects our society in an uneven way. The big challenge of humanity is literacy divide for those who can get access and those who cannot get access to knowledge. And that become knowledge divide, it make it very seriously affect economical divide. Economic divide also means, especially we have the fact that because of the COVID-19, some people get access to the vaccine and some people still cannot get it. And that means Medicare has a divide. And because of that, how to make advancement intellectually and also have a divide. That all affect the so-called life expectancy divide. People in certain area live more than in average of 80 or 85 years. But in some area, it's about 65 at most. The kind of a 20 years difference is a tremendous difference in terms of humanity. If you look at it, the state of science, people realize about this, and we push their state of science, and then every country is connected with everyone. United States, of course, is connected with almost every country in the world. And then we even a very small country, Korea, Taiwan, and so on, are kind of connected with all the other countries in terms of science and technology. And if we would look at it, this is the emerging out new science power from Asia. If you look at it in terms of research papers, in terms of patent issues, in terms of expenditure, in terms of their higher education, the pressure is tremendous among the Asian countries to catch up. And if you look at it, the power from the US, German, and so on and so on and so on, down to the South Korea and Taiwan and so on, in Japan, China, of course. The Asian become really pushing forward to get their researchers upgrade to be compatible in the first rate. Now let's take a look. When we talk about the threat of the research integrity due to the rapid changing context of science in society, let's look at the words that are taken from the Pugwash Conference's announcement. First of all, high-tech knowledge society, as we mentioned above, socio-economic divides between the rich and the poor. The rich become suddenly, and the divide widen quickly without gradual evolution. Second, the capacity of science and technology to intervene adversely in various dimensions of human life, including its origin, ending, and its physical and social environment. Powerful scientists are regarded as knowing everything. Let's look at the political context for doing science has changed too. Privatization, stronger government control, research ethics, and integrity are issues to be seriously examined and discussed. And we are now in the new information society, W, the role of media, a new network browsing generation is coming up. The concept of an attitude toward plagiarism changes depending upon context. If we look at it, people are being talking about all the time nowadays, especially the university, the research institution. Look at this, the pressure of international university ranking. Let's count up them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I just list a sample of the university ranking international. And there are a lot of domestic rankings too. And so this pressure is coming up. People are looking for number one, looking for to get Nobel Prize, talking about large crowd but a very narrow gate. Make it or perish, a constant state of fear, especially for the younger generations. Winners take all is the model. Now, challenge for the individual. You want the national goal. You want to be in the limelight. Peer pressure and other factors attempt to take liberties with the result, falsify or fabricate data, plagiarism, and so on. Just look at some example. Restriction Watch is showing this example. I'm just showing some of them. You have been duped. Data so nice. You see them twice or many times. Wikipedia page reincarnated as paper. Authors plagiarize papers on recombination. Look at Nutrition Journal accidentally published spice paper twice. All these incidents are just really the kind of tip of the iceberg. And so we really need to take care and know more about this. So, especially when we're talking about new generation, the threat of research integrity in the net browsing generation, when we plagiarize so much, one of these days, when there is nothing left to plagiarize, we still look at it. Social networking become a common everyday life. Virtual reality become reality. Deception, role playing for fun. Twitter or Twister, Facebook or fake booking or faking booking. Cut and paste become mentally justifiable writing habits. Avatar alert and all these are become that something we have to watch out. Look at these pictures. This is a concert hall with all the musicians who play their instrument. Now you look at them, they are all the same person. What I mean is it's so easy nowadays because of the high tech to get the image manipulated. So, in terms of universality that to be watched out, to be followed, we have in Taiwan connected with a lot of international connections. For example, USA Office of Research Integrity, European Science Foundation, COPE, Committee on Publication Ethics, ICSU, International Council for Science, the Center for Ethics in Science and Technology of UCSD. All this meaning that these are watchable and we should follow. Now I'd like to talk about something. We are entering into the stage. Those easy to be seen that can be corrected. But there are cultural and social factors. For example, on top of the aforementioned difficulty from the perspective of universality principle of research integrity, many of the RI failures may also result from a very specific socio-cultural factor called 大佬 culture. 大佬 means in Mandarin, big old culture, in which seniority is highly respected, no fault are possible, and superiority could have had managing power. Let's see who are these people. They are high-ranking university professors who take a leave from the university to serve temporarily administrative position in the government. They are university professors who are called by the government to serve as chairman or members in the evaluation committee of the funding agency. Third, university high-ranking administrators who also are involved in research projects. Fourth, university professors who are able to obtain research grant from funding agency. Fifth, university professors who serve as members in the journal editorial board. And sixth, fellow members, especially the so-called academicians in the National Academy of Science. What happened? Usually you see, because of those hidden culture, in terms of conflict of interest, become easily being hidden. Too busy in doing outside work, such that little time for keeping up with the research work and his or her laboratories. Let's take a look. These people take credit or publish papers they have not actually involved in lab discussions and usually serve as a correspondent authorship and the first authorship. When the misconduct are convicted, they blame the subordinate, usually the research assistant or associate. Those instances being covered up, the misconduct reported because of face saving. So, knowing about this, in recognition of the danger in hiding RI violations due to the 大佬 culture, the big old culture, the Academia Sinica recently established a code of conduct for academicians. In this presentation, and just I talked before, I provide the background and outline the codes of conduct adopted by Academia Sinica, which emphasize the support for universality principle of RI, as well as not to use the social-cultural specificities in breaching the principle. This is the code of conduct of academicians in Academia Sinica. Basically, they talk about uphold all the universality principle and what will be the responsible good research conduct. And the second thing is they want to watch out not to violation because of this big old culture. I did not translate this yet because the Academia Sinica had not get him out their formal translations. So I'm using this Chinese character only. But what that means is all the big old people, they should follow the universality principle and really be aware of the commitment is easy to become some career misstep in hidden and implicit, and we should avoid it. And if the academician, all these big old people, the powerful researcher, committed some misconduct, then they should go back to their institution and be examined and evaluated. This will be according to a new code system that is called Taiwan Codes of Conduct for Research Integrity. Here, I thank Roy for helping us translate many of the Chinese into English. And this regulation was compiled, responsible by Vice Chancellor Zheng Cheng, and we thank him for a great effort. In this, I would say Taiwan tried to be a trust partner of research responsibility, and we hope that we will follow all the rules and in the code. We are talking about we are all in the same family. We are going to compete for the best, but cooperation for excellence. Cooperation. Exchange graduate students and postdoc researchers so we can educate each other and mentoring each other. Mentoring younger generation researchers from each other's laboratories. We have a big global problem. We have big data. We have a big solution from big family with big brothers and sisters. We want to change the attitude from sibling rivalry to kitchen cousins. So, in the sense of when we have a graceful mentor, we will have a graceful student. And according to Einstein, many people say that is the intellect which makes a great scientist. They are wrong. It is character. And look at this. In terms of ethics, and when Tom talk about Western and Eastern culture, Einstein will be interact with Confucius, and then we have humanity in general. So intellectually, socially, and spiritually, we all live and work together happily with trust. Thank you, and wish you well.
Thank you, Professor Zhang. Our next speaker is Ms. Susan Garfinkel from the United States. Ms. Garfinkel has worked in the field of research integrity and compliance for many years, and both at federal, at national, and institutional level. And I suppose she is one of the most experienced investigators of research misconduct in the world. And I'm looking forward to his presentation today to see what lessons can we learn from the research misconduct investigations. Please, Susan.
Hi everyone, this is Ovid from Taiwan.
I want to thank you for inviting me to this meeting. I hope that soon we could meet together in person, but right now I'm very happy to be at this virtual meeting. So my name is Susan Garfinkel. I'm the Associate VP for Research Compliance at The Ohio State University. Before I came to Ohio State, I worked for many years at the U.S. Federal Office of Research Integrity and handled cases of research misconduct. So today I'm going to talk about research misconduct cases and some lessons learned from these cases. But before I get into the cases, I just wanted to go over briefly the process that's used in the US for handling allegations of research misconduct. The process is a three-phase process with an assessment, an inquiry, and an investigation. An assessment is when an allegation is raised. The assessment determines whether it fits the definition of research misconduct and if it's specific and credible so that you can actually review the allegation. An inquiry is a panel of experts who do a preliminary fact-finding to determine whether the allegation has substance to move on to an investigation. If it does, an investigation is initiated and an investigation panel looks in depth at all of the evidence and data and determines whether research misconduct occurred or not, and whether certain corrective actions or sanctions are necessary. When an investigation is finished at the university has an obligation to report to the US government and sends all of the documentation to the Office of Research Integrity. It's the Office of Research Integrity, ORI, that makes findings of research misconduct public. And making findings of research misconduct public allows us to review some cases and talk about some of the important aspects of these cases of research misconduct. So I'm going to talk about a few cases, and I'm going to start with a case that was at Duke University where the respondent was Erin Potts Cant. Erin Cant was a lab technician at Duke University, and the allegations arose when a fellow technician was looking at her work and said, you know, this work looks too good to be true. The respondent falsified measurements of lung function in mice or fabricated the numbers completely, and also altered measurements of the immune system activation in mouse lungs. The findings of research misconduct in ORI were published in 2019. Cant worked in a core facility. She provided falsified or fabricated data to many different researchers who included these data in their grant application or publications. In total, ORI made findings of fabricated data included in 117 figure panels and 2 tables in 39 published papers, 3 manuscripts, and within the research record. 18 papers have been retracted thus far. In addition, the research was supported by 60 different grants from the National Institutes of Health, which means that's how many grants were affected by including this falsified or fabricated data. The case was settled with a voluntary agreement between the respondent and ORI, and this respondent was permanently debarred from ever receiving or working on projects that are funded by the US government. But the case didn't end with the findings of research misconduct. A former researcher at Duke University had sued Duke University on behalf of the government and alleged that Duke used the false and fabricated data to obtain millions of dollars in grants from the National Institutes of Health and from the Environmental Protection Agency. In the end, after a very long lawsuit, Duke settled the case with the US government for $112.5 million, which is a pretty significant settlement. So what are the things to consider about this case? Well, there are significant consequences of working in a core facility because the data that you produce affects many researchers and grant applications and also the reported results. And the scope of the case becomes enormous. The other thing is that this respondent worked for several years, and this bad behavior wasn't uncovered, but ultimately it was identified because somebody will bring it forward and identify it. In addition, there are unexpected effects following a finding of research misconduct. The legal implications and the significant penalties for the university were very difficult and complex and took many years to deal with after the findings of research misconduct were made. In another case that was where findings were made from the Office of Research in Misconduct, there was an investigator, Dr. Hahn, who was a researcher at Iowa State University. Dr. Hahn was working in with HIV antibodies and treatment for HIV, and falsified results of vaccine experiments where he had spiked rabbit blood samples with human HIV antibodies so it appeared that the vaccine was working. When he was confronted, Dr. Hahn admitted to the university that he falsified these data and that the reason he had done it was to cover up an error he had made years earlier when he mixed up samples. The government findings of research misconduct were published in 2013, and Dr. Han was banned from receiving government funds for 3 years. But the story doesn't end there. A powerful US senator became involved in the case and thought that the 3-year debarment from receiving federal funding, that penalty was too light. Now, others argue that a ban to federal funding for a researcher is the professional death of a researcher's career, even if it's just for a short time, and that debarment is a sufficient corrective action or sanction for somebody who commits research misconduct. But this senator worked with a federal prosecutor in the state of Iowa and pressed criminal charges against Dr. Han. Dr. Han was arrested, which is not a common event, but it has happened a couple of times in the US. And he was sentenced to 57 months in prison for fabricating and falsifying data in HIV vaccine trials presented to the US government, fined $7.2 million, and subject to supervision upon his release from the incarceration. So obviously, there are lots of things to cover up in this case. There's lots of things to consider in this case. Sometimes the cover-up is worse than the actual misconduct. The misconduct, the error that occurred, was an error that could have been dealt with, but the cover-up was what made the misconduct so much worse. Penalties are also not always comparable to the offense. So this was a significant penalty of putting somebody in jail for false data that was provided to colleagues, and he created a false record, in a research record. None of this was published, so the misconduct was not nearly as significant as the previous case that I talked about, but this research was very sensitive because it was HIV research, so it drew a lot of attention. Here again, there are unexpected after effects following a research misconduct finding. The legal implications and significant penalty in this case was for the individual and not the institution. Okay, so another case is Dr. Luc Van Paris, who worked at MIT. The allegations against Dr. Paris were made by junior trainees in the laboratory when Dr. Paris was a associate professor. And the students and postdocs claimed that they couldn't identify or find some of the data or much of the data that was included in a paper that had been submitted. Dr. Paris immediately admitted to the fabrication of data, and he was terminated from MIT. But when ORI made findings, not only did they find that there were problems at MIT, but they found that there were problems when Dr. Van Paris was a graduate student at Caltech and when he was a postdoc at Harvard Medical School. And the significant misconduct occurred as a graduate student, as a postdoc, and then a very significant set of research misconduct findings were made when he was an associate professor. So one of the questions in this case to consider is, was Dr. Paris a serial offender? He followed a slippery slope from more minor infractions to massive research misconducts when he became an associate professor. And could anybody have seen this coming? If anybody had recognized that there were some more minor problems earlier on in Dr. Van Paris's career, he might have been able to modify his behavior, or he could have gone into another career outside of scientific research. So it's important to consider what your obligation is if you actually see some work that looks suspicious or suspicious activities, and whether or not it would be useful for you to report it. The last case I'm going to talk about is Dr. Gerald Lushington, who worked at Kansas University, who admitted to research misconduct. In this case, it was plagiarism. Dr. Lushington approved the publication of 3 papers and 1 abstract when he knew that these papers contained significant amounts of plagiarized text taken from papers of others without proper attribution or citation. So in this case, it's important to understand that there could be actions taken for research misconduct, not only against the person who committed the act of plagiarism, but also against the supervisor, in this case, Dr. Lushington, who knew about the plagiarism and allowed the publication. So it is not correct to assume that you will not be responsible if you knew about the potential research misconduct and did nothing, even if it wasn't you who performed the research misconduct. So it's clear that public findings of research misconduct provide certain benefits. There is an understanding of what is false, fabricated, or plagiarized in the literature, and scientists know what data cannot be relied on. The journals can issue corrections or retractions, and there provides a little bit of insight into understanding what the research misconduct was all about. But we all know that the publicity around research misconduct started quite a while ago. In 2007, a lot of publicity surrounded the case of Dr. Wang with the embryonic stem cells, as you all know. This investigation was all public, and the media followed the whole investigation prior to findings being made. At the same time, there were allegations being made public where institutions didn't even know there was a problem, but allegations were published before there was any finding of research misconduct or before an inquiry and investigation was underway, which could definitely lead to some problems with tarnishing somebody's reputation before you even know if research misconduct occurred. Today, there are so many different public places where research misconduct allegations are made public. There's PubPeer, there's Retraction Watch, there's anonymous complainants like Claire Francis. There's lots of papers and publications in the scientific press, and there's also a lot of media attention in the newspapers and press that is not scientific. But there's also been a current push for more transparency of research misconduct procedures at institutions. And there's been calls for making the reports of research misconduct, the investigation reports, public. There have been calls to impanel a U.S. advisory board for research integrity, which includes overseeing research misconduct cases and reviewing reports of research misconduct. There was a checklist published for an investigation report, what should be included in it. These kinds of recent calls of action in research misconduct have to be very carefully considered, because if you want to have a published investigation report, it's really important to think about what is the purpose of an investigation report. An investigation report provides the evidence and analysis to support findings of research misconduct or to conclude that no research misconduct occurred. Reports do not describe how an investigation was performed and the process that was used, because the process for an investigation is defined in university policies, which are dictated by federal regulations. So the US federal regulations from the government have to be complied with by institutions, and institutions have policies in place to deal with handling allegations of research misconduct. At The Ohio State University, our policies and procedures for handling allegations of research misconduct are published on the website, so everybody has access to it. And these policies dictate how the process is conducted. So there are several features of research misconduct processes that are defined in the policies that may not be included in an investigation report. So a conflict of interest with a committee member and a respondent, or due process for the respondent, or confidentiality issues are all part of institutional policies that don't necessarily appear in investigation reports, because investigation reports are focused on the evidence to make a finding of research misconduct. So if a checklist is published, it's really important to think about what is the purpose of the checklist. Is it to say what should be included in an investigation report, or is it defining how an investigation should be conducted? So recently there was a publication from the Association for the Promotion of Research Integrity, APRI, that talked about, that published a checklist and talked about how an investigation into allegations of research misconduct can be conducted, with a checklist for what is appropriate to do. This is absolutely fine, because it provides guidelines to people who are conducting these investigations to do the investigation properly. But there have been publications recently of articles judging the quality of an institution's investigation based on the report. And the reason that this can be problematic is because if you're judging a investigation by an institution, if you're judging an investigation by an institution based on what's in the investigation report, it's not always accurate. So can you make an accurate evaluation of how the institution carried out an investigation based on a report that describes the evidence that's relied on for a finding of research misconduct? There are several other questions that remain about making reports of research misconduct cases public. Do investigation reports actually need to be made public? I mean, what are the benefits versus what are the problems or concerns with making these cases public? There's a lot of information in an investigation report that is included in the report and can very easily be taken out of context to misinterpret what is being defined in the report. And a lot of this kind of information can be misinterpreted by a public that's not involved in the investigative process. So calls to make reports public should really be carefully considered to determine whether there are good reasons to have the reports public versus problems that can occur when these reports are made public. It's also a question about whether it's sufficient to make the findings public as done by ORI to ensure that the findings are known and there's proper correction of the literature. So is this sufficient? Do investigation reports need to be made public, or is it sufficient that the findings are made public? There has been a big push in the research integrity community currently for journals and institutions to work a little bit more closely to really be able to make sure that the literature is corrected when there are findings of research misconduct. But I'm going to leave these questions unanswered because there are some issues about whether reports should be made public. And I think I'll just leave it and end the talk and take any kind of questions that you might have. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Susan. And our fourth and last speaker is Professor No from South Korea. Professor No is a professor, but also worked at the Ministry of Education and Ministry of Science and Technology of South Korea. I'm sure that her rich experience in both administration and academia will bring him unique viewpoints. And today he'll talk about the management of conflict of interest. Now welcome Professor No.
Hello, I am Hwan-jin No, a professor of UST in Korea. UST is University of Science and Technology. My major is Science and Technology Policy. However, I've been interested in research ethics since a long time ago. I will start a presentation about management of conflicts of interest in Confucian culture. The presentation is to introduce the influence of Confucian culture in Korean society and explain the difficulties of establishing norms regarding conflicts of interest. As you can see in the figure, research ethics has been steadily systematized and expanded since World War II. Although there are differences between countries, ethics for human subject research and laboratory animal welfare have first emerged. After 1980, the concept of responsible conduct of research has been embodied. Research ethics for human materials were regulated after 2010. There is a pattern here. If Western countries such as the US enact research ethics norm first, East Asian countries like Korea follow them. By East Asian countries, I am referring to South Korea, Japan, China, and Taiwan. As international joint research has become more active today, the US Research Ethics Code become a global standard. Among the research ethics norms, whistleblowing and management of conflicts of interest render it difficult for East Asian countries to keep up with the global standards. The reason is that Confucian culture has a noteworthy impact on East Asian societies. In Confucian culture, it is not easy to attempt whistleblowing because human relations are considered vital. In addition, social rejection of conflict of interest is very weak. This study analyzed the difficulties in implementing research ethics in East Asian countries due to Confucian thinking. In particular, I'd like to explain Korea's difficulties in establishing management norms for conflicts of interest. From now on, COI is conflict of interest. I'm grateful to discuss this topic with scholars from Japan, China, Taiwan, and other countries, even the USA today. Confucianism in life. The ideas that greatly influenced the East Asian way of thinking were Buddhism, Taoism, and Confucianism. Among them, Confucianism has had a substantial impact on human relations. Although Korean society today is heavily influenced by Western ideas, Confucian way of thinking and values remain in our daily lives. Confucian tradition can be seen more in Korean society than in Chinese society. Let's take a look at Confucian teaching that affect everyday life in Korean society. First of all, Confucianism places importance on learning and moral training, and it teaches virtue and courtesy. 하기 시습지면 불력 여로하라. Would you not be happy to learn something from time to time? 인부지 불원이면 불여군자호와. If you don't feel bad for others, not knowing your worth, wouldn't you be a nobleman? 도지 이정 제지 이형 하면 인면이 무치하고 도지 이덕 제지 이래 하면 유치 차격이라. If the law and punishment maintain order, people do not take injustice as a disgrace. However, if virtue and courtesy maintain order, people take injustice as a disgrace. Confucian ethics of human relations can also be seen in the 3 bonds and 5 relationships. In Confucianism, loyalty, filial piety, and fidelity are particularly emphasized. Let's take a look at the 5 relationships. 군신유의. There should be a righteousness between the king and his subjects. 부자유친. There should be a familiarity between father and son. 부부유별. There should be a distinction between husband and wife. 장유유서. There should be an order between adult and children. 붕우유신. There should be trust between friends. These are very famous aphorisms in Korean society. Such teaching begins at home and is emphasized in school education and social life, which has recently shown conflicts with Western thinking. Furthermore, this conflict is becoming an element of conflict between generations. East Asian way of thinking and behavior. The East Asian way of thinking has been widely studied in the field of psychology as well as in the Asian Studies Institutes at many universities. Among these studies, the impressive research results are as follows. Western society is independent and values independence, uniqueness, influence, freedom, and equality. On the other hand, East Asian society are interdependent and value relations, similarity, adjustment, root, and rank. It is the result of Professor Hazel Marcus' study at Stanford University. Western society turns to consider objects observed separately from the background, but East Asian society tends to consider many causal relationships such as the background and the context in which the object belongs. It is the result of Professor Inchul Chw's study at the Seoul National University. In my opinion, these two studies explain East Asian way of thinking well by comparing it with the Western way of thinking. I believe that this East Asian way of thinking was greatly influenced by Confucian teaching. The mindset influences the style of behavior. Let's look at the behavior that this East Asian way of thinking leads to. The following attitudes are still dominant in Korean society. Relationships are more important than money. It is true friendship to hide the mistakes, even misconductors of friends. Whistleblowing is a betrayal of the organization. It is a virtue to follow the opinion of the group without asserting individual opinions. It is not a virtue to consider profit strictly. There is a high tendency to act no differently than others. There is a high tendency to form a clique within a group. As a result, several cliques are made within a group, and these cliques fight against each other. There is a logical leap to generalize the characteristics of Korean society to those of East Asian society. But from a Western point of view, I don't think there will be much difference among Korean, Japanese, and Chinese. However, I think Korea has maintained its Confucian tradition relatively well compared to China and Japan. Some aspects of Korean society. Consequently, East Asian style of behavior creates typical social phenomena in Korean society. These phenomena also appear in Korean research community. There is a strong mindset that many causal relationships, such as situations and contexts, should be considered. Therefore, regulations are loosely defined rather than detailed. This trend also appears in the contracts. For instance, most laws in Korea are less detailed nor strict than US law. Korea's contracts are neither specific nor strict compared to those of the US. Although it is pointed out that contracts are ambiguous, people do not want to try to improve them. In research activities, joint research contracts, technology transfer contracts, material transfer contracts, and non-disclosure agreements are not detailed nor strict, often causing conflicts. Without setting scientific criteria required for judgment in advance, people argue with each other according to the circumstances. For example, without any criteria to distinguish between real estate investment and real estate speculation, people argue with each other at the confirmation hearing. Without any criteria between whistleblowing and leakage of internal secrets, people attack whistleblower as a secret leakers. Without preparing any criteria to manage professors' external activities, professors are usually criticized. In Korea, proper situational judgment is preferred rather than judgment with strict criteria. This can be a disadvantageous way for the weak. People believe that relationship and hierarchy formed during the first meeting last forever. Once a hierarchy is established, the relationship becomes very good. And later, if someone rejects the hierarchy, he will be recognized as a traitor. Therefore, when people meet for the first time, they spend a lot of time deciding hierarchy. Even if a person who was respected is found to be a hypocrite, he or she is likely to continue to be respected. They like to form a clique within a group or organization. They gather around the schools or regions of origin because the hierarchy has already been decided. In the research community, joint research is possible in the relationship that already has a clear hierarchy. Collaborative research within strangers is challenging. This is because many things can't be solved by a joint research contract alone. Similarity is more important than diversity within a group. And the most important distinction is only the ranking within a group. For instance, schools teach students to follow great people or excellent students. Most evaluations show only scores and rankings. There are few suggestions of what went well and what went wrong. It is considered arrogant if they express the different opinion to their seniors or superiors. So free discussion is difficult. These are common features in Korean society. I think these are images of a traditional Confucian society. Conflict of interest in Korean society. As a result, there are typical behavioral style in Korean society. People always compare their appearance, behavior, ability, and income with others. Outstanding people are easily attacked. So politicians, celebrities, and sports stars should be very careful about their behavior. The distinction between public and private matters is not clear. In order for civilians to perform government work through contractors, they must have a good relationship with the government officials. When a research is commissioned as a member of government committee, he or she will use the opportunity to protect and expand the interest of his or her research field or his or her research institution. Under these circumstances, startups became popular in the Korean research community about 20 years ago. The government and the research institution encourages researchers to start their own businesses and to transfer technologies. And the government established a system that allowed the researchers to live for absence to start their own businesses. As a result of encouraging startups without setting ethical standards, conflicts of interest have occurred naturally. Consequently, the place where the government's research projects are carried out in the laboratory can be the space for the laboratory's startup. Therefore, human and material resources of the university are easily mixed with those of the company. Sometimes, a professor becomes the president of a startup company, and then he negotiates with the university for the transfer of technology which he himself developed at the university. management of conflicts in Korea. Management of conflicts of interest in Korea. In Korea, the property registration system for public officials was implemented in 1993. Then Korea tried to enact a law governing conflicts of interest in 2015, but failed to do so due to several objections. They judged that it was too early to accept the management of conflict of interest from a cultural perspective. However, in 2020, Korea has resumed social discussions for legislation on conflicts of interest. They intended to apply the law to the research community first. The content of the discussion is to add some provisions to the National R&D Innovation Act to stipulate the procedures for disclosing financial interests and external activities, and to establish a COI office and an institutional COI committee in the research institutions. I don't think this idea is easily to implement either. I don't think this idea is easy to implement either. To succeed in legislation, the approach must be changed by deeply considering the fact that Korean society has been strongly influenced by Confucianism. To explain more detail, it is as follows. The US strictly reviews financial conflicts and external activities. However, in Korea, which is affected by Confucianism, it seems that personal conflicts should be reviewed more strictly. If research is in charge of evaluation, examination, or judgment, it is natural for the COI office to examine whether there is a conflict of interest. However, in Korea, it is necessary for researchers to make an oath that there is no conflict of interest before each judgment. If the researcher's family or relatives become involved in his or her public affairs, he or she should evade the duty. Otherwise, he or she must immediately report it and undergo special screening. As I said in the startup section, there are conflicts of interest that already have been rooted in Korean society. It will take a lot of time to resolve these conflicts. Therefore, even if the law is inactive, it needs to come into effect after about 5 years. The management of conflict of interest is in human subject research should be more elaborately regulated. So a strict management system should be established to the extent that relationships of interest should be disclosed and reviewed by the COI office and the research compliance office. The most difficult decision for us is to what extent we overcome traditional Confucian culture and to what extent we adopt global standards without modifying them. However, it is a good sign that the world is getting smaller. cultural conflicts between the East and the West will become weak and weak. Thank you once again for giving me an opportunity to explain the difficulties of research ethics in Korea. I hope to see you in the offline meeting next time.
And thank you, Professor No. Now let's enter the question and answer session. And before directing the questions from the YouTube, I'd like to ask a question for Professor Ichikawa, because you have been developing the international standard. Do you have any further plan for promotion? And what's your expectation and to get the standards to be accepted, utilized, and updated in the future? And perhaps Susan, because you are also involving in the development of the standard, you may also have some comments on that. I wondered whether Professor Ichikawa is online or not.
I think he's temporarily out of sight.
Yeah.
Not responding.
And perhaps Susan, do you have any comments on that? And how to get the standard to be accepted, utilized, and updated in the future?
I actually don't know. I think that, are you talking about the standards for the investigations?
Yeah. Standard of investigation.
Yeah, I think that people who are involved in investigations will look towards anything that's published to give them some guidelines. And the guidelines that were developed are actually useful because it helps it helps focus how the investigation should be carried out in order to come to a resolution. There are many investigations that occur that are not handled well. And when the findings are made, those findings can be challenged because the process was flawed. So, you know, in the United States, we have the policies, institutional policies that tell you what you're supposed to do. And it helps to have that because it gives people protection. It gives the institution protection, and it allows the people who are involved in the investigation, the person accused and the person who's raising the complaint, to know, to have the process outlined for them before they even start in the, you know, before the process is even started. Getting this globally, I think it really is dependent on what local cultures are like and whether those practices can be implemented in different countries. It definitely is a good starting point.
Yeah, thank you. And then a question from the YouTube, I read it out, is also for Susan, Professor Garfinkel. If you are happy to discuss it, what's your opinion on vigilantes on paper or in literature who are pointing out the errors that wouldn't be picked up by a committee otherwise?
Yeah, so that's a good question. It's kind of a loaded question because there's a lot of different parts to it. I think that a part of the way you would judge the usefulness of that is dependent on what you're trying to accomplish. What I mean by that is if you put allegations or you put errors online and make it public, if the goal is to make sure the literature is corrected, that might be a good way to do it. you show what the error is, you ask the person who published it to make a correction or to explain that there is or is not an error or whatever it is. If the goal is to hold somebody responsible because you think there might be research misconduct, that's not a good way to do it. Because then it puts the allegation in public for the person who is potentially being accused to know about it. And once a person is aware of allegations, that's when data disappears and all kinds of problems can happen in handling a research misconduct process. So I have counseled various complainants and said that you have to think about what your objective is and how you want to get there. So a pub peer has its utility depending on what your goal is. Does that make sense?
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. And then, as we have still have some time, I would like to speakers, if they have any further comments, and after listening to the other speakers, and or we want to make some other points, and you can just we can do some kind of discussion on that issue.
Yeah, I have a question for Dr. I'm not sure how to pronounce the name. Nho? N-H-O?
Yeah.
No?
Okay.
I
Yes.
think that one of the benefits of this meeting is that people from different parts of the world can better understand what the culture is like in different parts of the world. And I found your talk very interesting about the concept of Confucianism and how it relates to things like research and research integrity. And so in the area of conflict of interest, given that that is kind of pervasive, or your hypothesis that is pervasive in the culture, how would you go about finding ways to deal with conflicts of interest with this kind of culture there? How would you said with personal conflicts of interest there may be ways to get around it, but in the broader context, how would you go about dealing with it? And I don't see how you can. So I'm just curious.
Okay, I propose the disclosing relationships of interest. Relationship of interest means a close personal relationship to personal relationship to the extent that they protect the profits of the other party. So, for example, family, the cousin, or alumni of the school of origin, etc. Because in Korea, for example, Confucian cultural country is relationship of human is very dominant in conflict of interest. So we need another method to control this part. This is my idea. So in legislation procedure, it must be considered deeply. It is my idea. I'm sorry, I didn't think that to that extent, but we need a different method. from the U.S. method. Yes. We have to think. We have to consider deeply for this subject.
Okay.
And also a question to Susan. And while you were working at ORI, do you have any connection with like a Retraction Watch and some other organizations or individuals who can do some kind of cooperation, but not necessarily? Do you have any connection with those like a Retraction Watch or other papier, such to exchange some information and to discuss some of the topics?
I am.
I mean,
Yes. It is interesting to compare relationship-oriented society with individual-centered society. And it is very interesting to compare the expectation with the reality about the effectiveness of policy between two countries. So I was interested in this topic. I have an experience in government working, so I will contribute to this topic.
yeah,
I'm sure.
You.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. And Susan, do you have any?
Yes.
Yeah. And I mean, yeah.
If I have connections with PubPeer or Retraction Watch, for what purpose? I'm sorry.
No, I mean, while you were working at ORI, it's not in a university. And do you have any connection with those non-government organizations or in the societies, etc.? Work together or exchange information?
I know who some of the people are who are involved with those businesses. I guess they are. But nothing that would influence how they behave. I've had a conversation with Ivan Aransky, who runs Retraction Watch, because in the beginning of when Retraction Watch first started, it was clear that he didn't really understand what a research misconduct proceeding was. And we discussed it quite a bit. I think he's a smart man who got it, but he, at the same time, they have their own motivations, what they publish.
Yeah. Thank you. And please, other speakers, do you have any questions? Oh yeah, please.
Can I have a chance to add some comments and ask a question for Susan?
Yes.
Yeah. For the procedure of investigation in case of Korea, there is a government decree that defines the procedures for the investigation of research ethics violation allegations. And each university and the research institute are required to get a regulation for investigation procedures, depending on their situation and their resources. And it has some problem is that even there is a government decree, the situation of the universities are so different that they do not easily accept the norm. So what do you think is but in case of the United States, that most of the university ORIs have their own regulations and procedures. Do you think it is really helpful to have a universal or standard procedure that can apply to maybe all kinds of the different research misconduct investigations?
Yeah.
Second question is that you said about the public disclosure of the investigation. it may be different based on whether it is disclosed before the investigation or during the investigation or after the investigation. And I know that the ORI exposes the investigation procedures and the results after the investigation. And in case of Japan, they disclose the results of the research misconduct investigation. They do not include the name of the person and the personal name, but they expose the laboratory names, so everybody can guess who might be the one who has been investigated. But the thing is, do you think that this kind of public exposure, even after the investigation, has really an impact to prevent the research misconducts and research practices? Thank you.
Yeah, well, let me take the second question first. Okay, so the disclosure of somebody's name is very difficult. When those policies were started in the US, it was 25, 30 years ago, and the internet and the systems that we have were not as advanced as they are right now. And nowadays, when somebody's name is out there, it's out there for forever. It doesn't get taken away. If you Google somebody's name who has been found guilty of research misconduct, it's going to be out there even after the corrective actions or sanctions are finished, right? So if it's a 3-year sanction, and his or her name will still be online if you looked for it. So that does add a certain level of difficulty to, when you think of being fair to somebody, because that kind of public disclosure is difficult. The policy at ORI has always been to make it public because it does act as a bit of a deterrent. We know that anecdotally because respondents who are found guilty of misconduct, they will accept the finding of research misconduct, but they fight the fact that they don't want it made public. So I always found that kind of odd, because you'll accept that you did research misconduct and then they don't want the consequences of the bad action that they carried out. And in some cases, the misconduct is so egregious, it really, it's kind of punitive, but it seems appropriate to make that public. I think you have to most of the time when there's a case of research misconduct that's made public, there's enough detail in it that people know who it is anyway. You could figure it out just from the papers and what kind of papers are being retracted. You know that there's a problem. It varies in the utility of it, I think. The investigation reports being made public opens up it opens up some kind of problems that would be really hard to deal with. I think that a good middle ground is to release the findings of research misconduct so the literature can be corrected. And that I think is very appropriate. I work now in a public institution. So if there's a public records request, it's a state institution. And if there's a public records request, the institution has to release it. The reports get redacted, but they have to be released. And just recently, a report was requested by Retraction Watch, and we sent it to them retracted. And for reasons that we don't even understand why, they published it on Retraction Watch. We don't know why they decided to do that, but they did. So there's a lot of things that become misinterpreted, that it's like unintentional consequences of doing things like that. And the first question, now I forgot what it was.
That was the government, the investigation procedures defined by the government decree does not always be accepted by the...
Oh, because there are so many different types of institutions. Yeah, I totally agree with that. I think that the regulations from the government in the United States, it's not it's specific, but it leaves room for some flexibility in how the guidelines are implemented and how the process is actually implemented. But even with that said, there are some institutions that are so small they don't have the resources to do that kind of work. Or if they have to do it, they do it poorly because they don't get that many allegations per year. I think the best thing that has happened in the United States, and it's happening in a lot of places, including this network, are networks of people who do these kind of things, who get together and talk about it. So in the United States, it's the Association for Research Integrity Officers. So all of the people who work on investigations meet and speak to each other and communicate and talk about problems. And some of these smaller institutions use the knowledge from other senior people who have been doing this a while. So I think that in general, the guidelines can be followed by everybody, but some institutions will not have the resources to manage the case as well as others. Yeah.
Thank you.
And I have a question for Professor Sung. And I'm curious whether the Academy Syndicat has any disciplinary committee or something which can do the education, and who worked out the code of conduct?
I think
the committee within the Academy Syndicat?
Yeah, we do not at the Academy Syndicat any kind of power over this academician. We just call this conduct because several cases of these big old professors occur in several cases, not only in Taiwan, but in China also. These academicians, President Nankai or whatever, it's very difficult, but we have to deal with it because that's an example. And they are not in the rule, but they're implicit in the culture. And I think it's a first step. We need to call attention. This had to be guarded, not to overlook about this what's happening. And last several years, we do have cases like that. And then we just don't know how to deal with it. And the subordinate people being punished. And we see this had to be kind of a self-discipline by the academician. And if they have problems, they go back to their university or their institution where they belong, and they have to be evaluated. And that's what happened in some of the cases. But usually, there's no result come out of it. So we have to deal with this kind of very subtle cultural aspect. Yeah, we need to deal with it. Yeah.
Thank you. And Professor Ichikawa, I think Professor is back. And I'd like to know, because you have been developing the international standard, do you have any plan to promote further promotion, and how to get it accepted and utilized and updated? Are you keeping that updated?
Is that a question for me or?
Professor Ichikawa, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Our really goal was to sort of trigger the discussion. I'm sure that because of the culturals or some environmental reasons that people may have some different opinions, which is okay. But I think it was very important to trigger a discussion toward the kind of harmonizations. And I thought at least we accomplished that goal. And the next one is, probably, other people will pitch in, their own different ideas. Maybe when the time goes on, then we may have to sort of amend some aspects of it. particularly as Susan was saying, that the aspect of what aspect should be open to the public. I personally, I'm still don't really quite understand why we have to really open to the public, because the most important thing is to correct the literature rather than make it public the motivation of the knowledge people.
I think that part of the desire to understand more about these cases and make more of the case public is for people who study the reasons why research misconduct occurred to have more insight into it. But that my point in the talk was that an investigation report is not going to get that information, because an investigation report is not looking at why a person did it. It's looking at what was done and was that person responsible. So the studying investigation reports, it seems like it is mostly for sensational value, to write articles about something that is going to get people's interest, rather than for any kind of reason to help us understand things better. And that's what I kind of object to.
Yeah, I understand. That is
completely appropriate to release the findings of research misconduct so the literature can be corrected. Absolutely, you know. And whether or not a name should be associated with it, I think that's kind of whatever that specific community decides is the right thing to do. I don't think there's either way is right or wrong.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the other speakers, do you have any further comments and topics want to discuss?
My personally, what I learned is that, based on the numbers, such a big numbers of downloading, I mean, 1,800 in half a year, I have never accomplished that kind of popularity through my own basic research. It was quite surprising, 1,800. I didn't realize that. We are kind of excited, but what can I say? I'm sure that the names like Susan Garfinkel and Zoe Hammett and Mike Couchman helped, I'm sure, but still.
I actually believe that when ORI first brought together a group of research integrity officers, it was amazing the enthusiasm in that group. And it was because people had been working alone in their institutions and not really interacting with each other and bouncing ideas off of each other. So the fact that your checklist is getting downloaded, that's what you're talking about, yes? The checklist, it's getting downloaded. It's a sign of how desperate people are for guidance in this area. That's what I would think. I think, Sophia, did you have a question?
Me? Sophie, do you have a
Please raise up your voice.
Oh, we can't hear her.
No? Oh, yeah. So if no further questions or remarks,
Let me have another one?
Yeah, please.
Well, it's the Professor Noel raised the problem of the conflict of interest. He specifically tells about the situation in Korea. It took about 10 more years that actually it attracts some attraction from the scientists in Korea. I would like to know what is the situation of the other countries in the research misconduct aspects, dealing with the conflict of interest. We are actually in the first step for considering COI related to research ethics. And do you have any ideas or experiences except for the governmental regulations?
Yeah, and actually in China, then the COI, the concept has been accepted well for many years. And also both in the investigation of research misconduct cases and also in peer review of grant application, etc. So, and it's easier in China because they know that if they have some such conflict of interest, they will have impact on the objectivity, etc. And even the government, like Ministry of Science and Technology, they issued a circular asking if anyone who asks somebody to do a favor for them during the peer review processes, and they'll get punished. So it's a question has been paid attention to and has been dealt with in China.
What about the financial COI that relate to the startup businesses of the professors or researchers at the university or institutions? Is that also have a strict regulations or an easy protocols to follow?
Yeah, actually in China, the mainly is the something non-financial ones. And like because it's the relationship and also because they're mentors and students and all they under the same supervisor, etc. So yeah.
What is a long message there?
And other countries like in Japan, Professor Ishikawa, do you have any conflict of interest? Is that been accepted? Is a widely accepted concept?
Well, the conflict of interest is becoming a very recently, probably over the past 10 years, has well be accepted and known. I think it's the one big event you may know, that so-called Diovan or valsartan's antihypertensive drug incidents made people aware of these issues, and as people are becoming very strict about it. So always Susan may agree that some event will help improve the integrity.
And thank you. Then, because Susan has asked a pen, and she left a message in our chat room, and somebody can read at that. And so now perhaps it's about the time to finish this session. And thank you everyone, for speakers, for your excellent presentation, and also all the participants for your active participation. And so we will have a break of 20 minutes, and then next session will be 15:20. Yeah, thank you.
Thank
you.
Thank you
very much.
Thank you so much for Chang-seop. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
Got me upside down, spinning around you. I wanna taste it golden, baby, get me high. Touching me like lightning, yeah. Keeping it exciting. You know exactly what to do to blow my mind. You're from another planet. I've never felt like this. I don't know how I ever survived without it. I'm starry-eyed. Got me upside down, spinning around you. Wanna taste the clouds, dance with the moon. Take a trip around your body. Boy, I love the way you got me. Starry-eyed, got me starry-eyed. This bed is out of space, just keep painting constellations. You cover me in glitter till I'm shining bright. I never wanna leave the sky. The way you made me feel alive. I was in the dark and baby, you're the light. You're from another planet. I've never felt like this. I don't know how I ever survived without it. I'm starry-eyed. Got me upside down, spinning around you. Wanna taste the clouds, dance with the moon. Take a trip around your body. Boy, I love the way you got me. Starry-eyed, got me starry-eyed. Couldn't fight if I wanted. Flying to places that I never thought I could go. You're a meteor shower, falling down all over me. Yeah, you're making me glow. Couldn't fight if I wanted. Flying to places that I never thought I could go. Starry-eyed, got me starry-eyed. Yeah, got me upside down, spinning around you. Wanna taste the clouds, dance with the moon. Take a trip around your body. Boy, I love the way you got me. Starry-eyed, got me starry-eyed. Got me upside down, spinning around you. Wanna taste the clouds, dance with the moon. Take a trip around your body. Boy, I love the way you got me. Starry-eyed, got me starry-eyed. Got me upside down, spinning around you. Wanna taste the clouds, dance with the moon. Take a trip around your body.
Hey, babe, I just wanna know what you think about me when the summer's over. Hey, yeah, it's been a blast. I still remember even after October. And when the winter falls, just think about me and I'll keep you warm. Seasons have changed, I still remain with thoughts of you. And I'm just not the same, I admit, like autumn. I'm falling for you. Wait, I don't wanna go. Time goes flying when you're wrapped in the moment. One more night, just follow me home. Tell me about all of your dreams. Just wanna know you. Let's pretend like the world ends today, 'cause tomorrow you'll be miles away. Seasons have changed, I still remain with thoughts of you. And I'm just not the same, I admit, like autumn. I'm falling for you. I'll be waiting till the day you come back my way. I'll be counting every minute to see your face. I'll be waiting till the day you come back my way. I'll be counting every minute. 'Cause though seasons have changed, oh, I still remain. And though seasons have changed, I still remain with thoughts of you. And I'm just not the same, I admit, like autumn. I'm falling for you. Seasons have changed, I still remain with thoughts thoughts of you. And I'm just not the same, I admit. Like autumn, I'm falling for you. There's a freedom from your hips to your eyes. Patron saint of the season, yeah, you were built for mid-July. You got the glow of the sunset, you got the rush of the ocean waves, burning high like it's wanted. You make it feel like summer again. Your skin soft as ice cream, yeah, you melt under my touch. And with a kiss strong as lightning, you got me falling right back in love. You got the glow of the sunset, you got the rush of the ocean wave. You're burning high like it's wanted. You make it feel like summer again. Probably not gonna last forever. In the blink of an eye, May turns into September. When we look back at all the things that we could remember, I want to remember you, and then I'll feel it again. And then I'll feel it again. Got the glow of the sunset, you got the rush of the ocean wave. You're burning high like it's wanted. You make it feel like summer again. We got a chance and we'll live it. The only rule is there's no regret. From the start to the end, you make it feel like summer again.
I might burn a bridge or two, thinking that you're cute. Cause now I'm wanting things I can't have. It all happened so fast. Guide me out of bounds. Your name falls out my mouth. Almost every other sentence. No, I can't help it. No, I can't help it. Yeah, I know it's kinda bad. Now my phone, I'm going mad. When you text me back and you look like that in your black hat, it's getting dangerous. How'd I get so deep into this? Oh yeah, now I can keep my head from spinning. Gotta love it, it's forbidden. Turns me on that it's limit. How'd I get so deep into this? Oh yeah, now I can keep my head from spinning. Tell me who I'm really kidding. Turns me on that it's off limits. I should cut it off, but I can't get enough. I'm not trying to keep it business when you got me addicted. You got me addicted. Yeah, I know it's kinda bad. Now my phone, I'm going mad. When you text me back and you look like that in your black hat, it's getting dangerous. How'd I get so deep into this? Oh yeah, now I can keep my head from spinning. Gotta love it, it's forbidden. Turns me on that it's off limits. exactly what to do to blow my mind. You're from another planet. I've never felt like this. I don't know how I ever survived without it. I'm starry-eyed. Got me upside down, spinning around you. Wanna taste the clouds, dance with the moon. Take a trip around your body. Boy, I love the way you got me. Starry-eyed, got me starry-eyed. This bed is out of space, just keep painting constellations. You cover me in glitter till I'm shining bright. I never wanna leave the sky. The way you made me feel alive. I was in the dark and baby, you're the light. You're from another planet. I've never felt like this. I don't know how I ever survived without it. I'm starry-eyed. Got me upside down, spinning around you. Wanna taste the clouds, dance with the moon. Take a trip around your body. Boy, I love the way you got me. Starry-eyed, got me starry-eyed. Couldn't fight if I wanted. Flying to places that I never thought I could go. You're a meteor shower, falling down all over me. Yeah, you're making me glow. Couldn't fight if I wanted. Flying to places that I never thought I could go. Starry-eyed, got me starry-eyed. Yeah, got me upside down, spinning around you. Wanna taste the clouds, dance with the moon. Take a trip around your body. Boy, I love the way you got me. Starry-eyed, got me starry-eyed. Got me upside down, spinning around you. Wanna taste the clouds, dance with the moon. Take a trip around your body. Boy, I love the way you got me. Starry-eyed, got me starry-eyed. Got me upside down, spinning around you. Wanna taste the clouds, dance with the moon. Take a trip around your body.
Hey, babe, I just wanna know what you think about me when the summer's over. Hey, yeah, it's been a blast. I still remember even after October. And when the winter falls, just think about me and I'll keep you warm. Seasons have changed, I still remain with thoughts of you. And I'm just not the same, I admit, like autumn. I'm falling for you. Wait, I don't wanna go. Time goes flying when you're wrapped in the moment. One more night, just follow me home. Tell me about all of your dreams. Just wanna know you. Let's pretend like the world ends today, 'cause tomorrow you'll be miles away. Seasons have changed, I still remain with thoughts of you. And I'm just not the same, I admit, like autumn. I'm falling for you. I'll be waiting till the day you come back my way. I'll be counting every minute to see your face. I'll be waiting till the day you come back my way. I'll be counting every minute. 'Cause though seasons have changed, oh, I still remain. And though seasons have changed, I still remain with thoughts of you. And I'm just not the same, I admit, like autumn. I'm falling for you. Seasons have changed, I still remain with thoughts of you. Thoughts of you. And I'm just not the same, I admit, like autumn. I'm falling for you. When you move, there's a freedom from your hips up to your eyes. Patron saint of the season, yeah, you were built for mid-July. You got the glow of the sunset, you got the rush of the ocean waves, burning high like it's wanted. You make it feel like summer again, again. With your skin soft as ice cream, yeah, you melt under my touch. And with a kiss strong as lightning, you got me falling right back in love. You got the glow of the sunset, you got the rush of the ocean waves, you're burning high like it's wanted. You make it feel like summer again, again. You make it feel like summer again, again. And we both know that it's probably not gonna last forever. In the blink of an eye, May turns into September. When we look back at all the things that we could remember, I want to remember you, and then I'll feel it again, again. And then I'll feel it again, again. You got the glow of the sunset, you got the rush of the ocean wave, you're burning high like it's wanted. You make it feel like summer again. We got a chance and we'll live it. The only rule is there's no regret. From the start to the end, you make it feel like summer again, again. You make it feel like summer again, again. You make it feel like summer. Oh yeah.
I might burn a bridge or two, thinking that you're cute. Cause now I'm wanting things I can't have. It all happened so fast. Got me out of bounds. Your name falls out my mouth. Almost every other sentence. No, I can't help it. No, I can't help it. Yeah, I know it's kinda bad. Now my phone, I'm going mad. When you text me back and you look like that in your black hat, it's getting dangerous. How'd I get so deep into this? Oh yeah, now I can't keep my head from spinning. Gotta love that it's forbidden. Turns me on that it's off limits. How'd I get so deep into this? Oh yeah, now I can't keep my head
Okay, so good afternoon and a warm welcome to colleagues and participants from the Asia Pacific Rim to this session on RCR education. My name is Danny Chan from the University of Hong Kong. I'm a professor and director of the School of Biomedical Science at the Faculty of Medicine, and also director of the Education and Development of Research Integrity at the university level. Now, it's really my honor and pleasure to moderate this very important session on RCR education, which is a huge challenge at the best of times, let alone during COVID-19. However, I think many of us have tackled these heads on and using many innovative online and e-learning options. And I must say, forge many creative ideas. And I think our speaker today will bring forward some of these challenges and creative solutions. In this session, we will have 4 speakers and we will entertain questions at the end of all the presentations. So please type in your questions in the YouTube chat and we will ask some of these questions for you during the Q&A session. So let me introduce our first speaker, Dr. Deming Zhou, who is a senior lecturer in the Faculty of Medicine and Health Sciences at the University of Putra, Malaysia. He's a member of the Committee for Research Integrity of the Academic of Science Malaysia and was tasked to establish a national program to promote RCR, which is a young scientist-led initiative for fostering RCR education in South Asia. In fact, he has actually produced a wonderful booklet that I have a copy for valuable educational materials. Okay, so without further ado, I pass the podium to Deming to give his live presentation. So Deming, please.
Thank you, Danny. Can you all hear me? I'm actually doing this live instead of a recording. Just want to do a sound check. Yeah?
Yep, perfect.
Okay, so I'm also trying to share my screen now. I'm trying to use this interesting method that the organizer has kindly asked us to try out. So I hope it will also work. Just bear with me while my computer tries to load up this presentation. It is converting my slides. There we go. Okay. All right. So this is a very interesting format. Very good afternoon to those of you who are in Asia, and also good evening to those of you who are in the Americas. It is really a great honor and pleasure for me to share this stage with all distinguished speakers. And today we had a very interesting discussion on very high level RCR discussion on national policies as well as university policies. So for me, it is a very, very interesting learning experience today. So thank you so much for all the effort that you have put into this conference. Now, today I'm going to talk a bit more about what we do in Malaysia. I think many of us here have heard of me talking about the Malaysian RCR program. But for the sake of those who have not heard me talk about the program, I would like you to indulge me in a very short period of time just to talk about the Malaysian effort in promoting RCR in Malaysia. And then I would like to share my experience with you over the 1 year in 2020. How are we adapting our mode of teaching RCR into an online learning platform? We're still learning. And I am very eager to hear feedbacks and comments from all of you so that we can continue to improve on the way we teach RCR. And finally, 2 years ago in a World Conference of Research Integrity in Hong Kong, I sort of mentioned about this ASEAN Southeast Asia RCR project. And it is an honor for me to share with all of you what we have accomplished since that conference 2 years ago. Very briefly, the RCR program in Malaysia is initiated and currently executed by the Young Scientist Network in Malaysia. So the Young Scientist Network in Malaysia, it's an organization consists of young scientists, and we are talking about those who are in academics, the researchers in academic, as well as research institution. So here we define ourselves as young, as long as you are 40 years old and below, and you are an active researcher. So you can see in these photos, we are a group of very energetic researchers. We enjoy spending time together. We have meetings, conferences, workshops. And within the Young Scientist Network, we established a research integrity working group charged with developing a curriculum to promote RCR in Malaysia. So you can see on the right-hand side panels, we frequently organize RCR workshops, and our workshops are active learning driven, where we use case studies and role plays and activities to teach RCR, right, in a very engaging and interactive manner. So the question now is, given that we are now all working from home, and we are all currently, not being able to meet in a group of 40 and 50 people, the question that we have and the challenges that we faced last year was, how do we convert our RCR education program from a face-to-face interactive model into an online learning platform? I think as educators, many of us here are also facing the same challenge. How do we effectively continue our profession as a lecturer in an online learning environment? And here I would like to acknowledge one of my colleagues here, Dr. Manraj, also from University Putra, Malaysia, who is an expert in online learning platform. And together we have been experimenting in 2020 on how we can convert our mode of conducting RCR education into an online learning platform. The mode that we have chosen, it's called blended learning. Again, I'm sure this is a term which is very familiar to many of you here in the Zoom, as well as listening in on YouTube. The basic concept of blended learning is that part of your content is delivered through video recordings or through students' self-paced, self-directed learning. Whereas the other half of the blended learning is where the students will meet face-to-face through virtual manner or in person with the instructor. So having that classroom setting with the students and the instructors, as well as the online learning environment where it is self-directed, student self-paced. So this is the model that we in Malaysia explored. And the reason why is because the reason why we did not go full online, meaning go full self-directed, like some of the countries are doing, is that we felt that that element of student-lecturer engagement in person, it is still very important, especially in the context of research integrity and research ethics. So therefore, we decided to explore this blended learning route. On the right side of my screen, again, these are maybe some of the tools that many of you are perhaps already very familiar with. Now all of us here in 2020 have become online teaching gurus. So many of these tools like YouTube, Google Doc, Pear Deck, Miro, these are tools that is at our disposal. Most of them are free tools. The question is, how do we use this tool in an effective manner without losing the element of engagement, while at the same time also preserve the active learning pedagogy that we so cherished in our Malaysian RCR program. So in this slide, I just want to kind of give you a flavor of how we have adapted some of our learning activities in a fun, engaging learning environment. On the top left, we do role playing. We do this a lot in our pre-COVID-19 workshops, where we have different people play different roles. For example, we have a group of people who play the PIs, some people play the government, some people play the public, and then we bring them together to debate. In online, we can still do that by having multiple breakout rooms in Zoom, just like what we have today. And then we put them in different groups and give them 10 minutes to role play. And then we bring them back into the main room and then ask them to put on different hats and have a wonderful time of debates and discussion. In our workshop, we also do a lot of creative drawing, creative thinking. So in the middle portion, in the middle image here, it's called a group drawing. So this is quite challenging and we really enjoyed it also. We put them in groups and then we ask them to work in a group to draw a concept to depict plagiarism or falsification. So it's already quite challenging to draw those concepts creatively. Imagine having to do that virtually when everyone is sitting in different places. Again, you know, we really enjoy this and the participants they really engage in doing that. Other activities, for example, virtual concept mapping, we use a virtual whiteboard to allow collaborative work between the participants. A 4-panel story, we ask them to use different images from the internet to conceptualize a particular concept, for example, conflict of interest or good peer review practices. How would you conceptualize that in images? And of course, you can do polling to gauge their knowledge in a formative assessment manner. So I'm very happy to share with you that we are able to convert many of our activities quite successfully in an online learning platform. However, you know, there are also some negative, the positive. I'll start with the positive. I want to use a term that Professor Rowe from Korea used today, this morning, that we are distant, but we are still connected. I think one of the amazing thing about being able, I might be in a minority here, but I kind of enjoy teaching online, is the ability to see your participants face to face, right? Even though they're sitting maybe 10, 15 kilometers away from me, but in a virtual world, they are just 1 feet away from me, and I can see their faces and I can see their name. And being positive also allow me to engage them in a way that I can't engage them when I have 100 people or 60 people. So those are some of the positive. And negative, I think many of us here who have spent a whole year looking at computers, talking to our colleagues on Zoom, it is quite tiring to be staring at your computer. And I think being online, really, you lack that human touch. You lack that human connectivity that you can't replicate in an online learning environment. But as I said, I think we can still replicate some of the experiences through this online learning environment. And you know, I can't go into details, but I'll be happy to share how we do it, share some of our techniques, some of the little tools and skill set that we have developed over 1 year in doing this sort of active learning online. So what did we learn as we were developing this active learning pedagogy through an online learning platform? I think creativity is really key. I think all of us here are creative human beings. And just because we are meeting online, doesn't mean we stop being creative. All of us have to be creative in finding ways to overcome the obstacles and challenges that the pandemic has, you know, posed us this year. And I think using some of the tools in drawings, in creative thinking, in debates, in role playing, I think the participants are really felt that they are, you know, being creative. And I can't stress enough the word connection here. That doesn't mean, I'm not talking about internet connection. I'm talking about human connection here. The question here is not about how fancy my tools are, how advanced my technologies are, how many kinds of technology I can use. But the question really here that we ask is, why are we using certain tools? Why are we using certain technique, certain online platform? What are we doing with those tools? And how are they being engaged? I think the question of why is more important than how many tools we can use. And finally, compassion. We felt that because many of our participants come from various backgrounds, low, middle, high income family. They have various access to internet. They may have to compete with their siblings for internet access and even laptop. So how may we understand their situation and find ways that they can still remain engaged and participate given the kind of limitations that they have in their own situation. So creativity, connection, and compassion are the main things that we learned this year. Now, moving on to the ASEAN RCR project, which I mentioned 2 years ago in a World Conference on Research Integrity, and I would like to share with you what we have done this year. ASEAN stands for Association for Southeast Asian Nations, which represent 10 countries in Southeast Asia, including Malaysia, where I'm from, Philippines, Singapore, Thailand, Myanmar, Laos, Cambodia, Brunei, Indonesia. And Vietnam. I think I named all 10 countries. If I miss a country, please forgive me. It is very much like EU, and ASEAN represents the Southeast Asian countries. Now, I would like to spend the next 2 minutes to talk a bit more about the ASEAN Young Scientist Network before I tell you about the ASEAN RCR project. Just like many young scientists associations around the world, the ASEAN Young Scientist Network was established to connect young scientists in ASEAN, in Southeast Asia. So we provide a platform for young scientists in ASEAN to champion young scientists' agenda, to provide a voice for young scientists in ASEAN, right, to be heard in ASEAN community. So we have conferences, meetings, leadership training. And within this ASEAN Young Scientist Network, we established an ASEAN RCR flagship program with the main agenda of promoting RCR in Southeast Asia. And this is the main focus of the remaining of my talk. Of course, for a project like this, many people, many organizations were part of it. And I need to acknowledge them. And this is just a tip of the iceberg. So we have international organizations like ISC, INSA. We even collaborate with NASDA. I'm not quite sure whether Prof. Prasid is here, but NASDA from Thailand was a strong supporter. Sir Peter Gluckman, who is from ISC, a science advisor of the New Zealand government. We have Maslan, who is from Malaysia. Abi, who is in the middle here. Abi and O, they are co-chair of ASEAN Young Scientist Network. And Chai, who is the chairperson of the Young Scientist Network Malaysia. There are many, many more people that I would like to acknowledge, but I don't have the time and space to name each and every one of them. But suffice to say that this is clearly a team effort. The ASEAN RCR project has three phases. The first is to create awareness about RCR in ASEAN. The second is to train instructors. So we want to have many, many more instructors in ASEAN. And finally is to establish an ASEAN RCR framework to achieve our ultimate goal, which is to foster research integrity in ASEAN. So how do we do that? The first phase, which we completed in 2019, right after WCRI in Hong Kong, was to conduct an inaugural ASEAN RCR workshop using active learning. So we not only tell them what RCR is, but we also tell them how you can conduct RCR workshop in your home country. This year, or say last year, we have been engaging those participants to equip them so that they can then become champions of RCR in their country. And this year, we hope to organize an RCR seminar to bring together all the stakeholders to formulate an ASEAN RCR framework. So in the next few slides, I just want to share with you some slides and pictures to show you how, what we've accomplished. So these pictures are taken during the ASEAN RCR workshop in December. Again, in the middle here, you will see Prof. Prasid, who came to Malaysia and delivered a keynote speech. Late last year, we had a reunion with the participants who came to Malaysia so that we can continue to engage them and ask them how they're doing in their agenda on RCR. In Myanmar, they conducted 2 workshops, one face-to-face and one online to hundreds of people. Myanmar is also in the process of converting our Malaysian education module into their language and they can share with their researchers in Myanmar. Indonesia conducted the first RCR workshop in Kalimantan, which is in the Borneo. Cambodia and Thailand, they also conducted RCR workshop. These were face-to-face. And we're so delighted to see that all these countries are taking this quite seriously. And the people that we have selected to attend a workshop, they really, embody and embrace the spirit of promoting RCR in a very engaging manner. So this is my last slide. Going forward, what do we do next? So we continue to develop our blended learning methodology in Malaysia with the hope of sharing this methodology with all our ASEAN counterparts. But we don't stop there. We are also very eager to hear from you and to share our knowledge with you and to hear your experience also, how we can create a better and more effective online learning platform to teach RCR. And as I said, we plan to organize an ASEAN RCR seminar this year to create an ASEAN RCR framework that we hope can integrate well with what Daniel Barr is doing with APEC, with various initiatives around the world, for example, in Hong Kong, Korea, or Taiwan, so that we can synergize our framework and harmonize our framework together to address RCR internationally. So with that, I thank you very much for your attention, and I look forward to your question at the end of this session.
Okay, so I'm live again. So thank you very much, Deming, for this really interesting and insightful presentation and share with us your approach and to inspire active learning online. I'm sure there will be many questions, but we'll wait till the questions at the end of the Q&A, okay? So next we will have Professor Jun Fudano, who is a professor in higher education studies at Waseda University, Japan. He has been instrumental in promoting RCR education in science and engineering, and today he will give us an account of the current issues in promoting this in Japan, again in his live presentation. So Professor Fudano, please.
Hi, thank you very much. Kind introduction, Danny. It is great honor to be here to share my experiences with the international audience. Let me share the slides. Just bear with me. Oh. Can you see that these slides? Okay, all right. Well, I'd like to talk about the current issues in promoting the RCR education in Japan, and I really envy that what Demin and others are doing in the Asian countries. That we heard really positive stories from him, but unfortunately I have to tell about some that the negative that the stories in Japan. Well, see that I teach now at the Waseda University in Japan, but I also serve as in the various that the functions at the following the organizations. For example, I am a member of the special committee on the promotion of responsible conduct of research of the Ministry of Education. We call it MEXT in Japan, and also that the APRI, which is a sort of the offering the e-learning platform such as the CITI. and the many Japanese organizations and universities use, that our e-learning system. And also that these are the funding agencies, and I'm serving as a research ethics advisor. So I think I know what's going on that the RCR and RCR education in Japan. Well, today I would like to talk about that these things, and see that I will give you that the background of the state of the RCR education in Japan very briefly, and I will talk about that what I think that the current issues in RCR education in Japan. Then I briefly give that how to address these issues. Well, unfortunately, that we have many research misconduct cases in Japan from the late 1990s, and many the misconduct cases had the serious consequences. So that in the early 2020s, both that the Ministry of Education, the government agency, and also that the Science Council of Japan, this is that the representative of that the scientific community of Japan, took that the measures to promote the academic integrity and RCR education. For example, in 2006, the Science Council of Japan created that the Code of Conduct for Scientists. And in the same year that the Ministry of Education created that the guidelines for the prevention of that the academic misconduct and research misconduct. However, many misconduct cases happened after that, so that the Science Council of Japan revised its code of conduct in 2013, and the Ministry of Education that revised that that guidelines in 2014, and this guideline, the 2014 guideline, requires every research institutions in Japan, including that the universities, have to have that the research RCR education in place. That was a big, that the had a big impact on the Japanese scientific community. This is the slide created by the Ministry of Education, and listed that the various, that the initiatives of that the Japanese government took to promote that the RCR education. I know that, but I don't have time to go into detail today. So, but I will just show these, that the initiatives. I know that the letters are too small and you cannot see them, but what I want to say is that we did the Japanese government, that they tried to promote, that the RCR education very, strongly. Well, that and also that the funding agencies in Japan, like that the Japanese Society for the Promotion of Sciences, JSPS, and the Japan Science and Technology Agencies, and also that the Agency for Medical Research and Development, all these funding agencies required that the researchers who receive that funding from these that the agencies to receive that the RCR education. So it's a really strong mandate. So that thanks to these efforts, and also that the initiatives taken by the research community, now we have that the RCR education, a sort of RCR education in place. But currently that the Ministry of Education is that they're doing that really serious survey of that the what is the actual state of that the RCR education in the Japanese universities, and the result will come in a month or so, so that I can give you that really detail that the data maybe in the next that April meeting. But anyway, so that we have that RCR education in place. However, that the at least that these 5 issues we have in Japan. Well, the first one is that the many of the researchers and the administrators think that the RCR education is just the add-on to that what their that daily work, and the many institutions just that give a 1 hour or 90 minutes lecture by an external speaker and say we have done that RCR education. And we do not have any clear set of that the educational objectives of that the RCR education. So that many people talk about RCR education, but that they have different objectives, or that the really narrow-minded that the objectives for that the RCR education. And who should teach that the RCR? Researchers, or that the person like me, or the how to evaluate that these that the RCR education activities. These are the issue, at least that the 5 issues I can see are now in Japan. And that the as I said, that the attitude and the perception of researchers and administrators, that they feel that they are somehow forced to that do RCR education. And the many of that approaches, that the RCR education is to prevent the misconduct and the question of research practices. So they feel their time are not well spent. So how that I think that we should have that the attitude that the RCR education is an integral part of that all research training programs as the NIH state. And also that we need to have that the aspirational ethics approach, as well as the preventive that the ethics. See that the all that most of that the RCR education in Japan is done in that the preventive ethics, that the mode, giving that the misconduct cases and the talking about how to avoid that kind that the conduct. But that the ethics, we have to also that emphasize the aspirational side. What is that the good to do? What is the right thing to do? So that we have to that emphasize this the part. Usually that the researchers do a normal behavior or good behaviors, but that just small portion of that the researchers do misconduct, or that the malpractice. So that the when we just talk about that the bad cases, the normal that the people say it's not our business, it's just that they did that we never do. So that we have to have that the educational that the program which emphasize aspirational side of that the ethics. And the just the 90 minutes or 60 minutes, that the external speaker giving a talk about, whatever they feel that the what RCR is, that now the currently that the Ministry of Education MEX says that's okay, that's that you are doing that RCR education, but is this sufficient? I don't think so. And the and also that this relate to that the next that the issue that is the we do not have a clear set of that the educational of objectives for RCR. See that the in that guideline, Ministry of Education guideline, they said that we have to teach these kind of things, these kind of topics, but we do not not many people understand what the objectives are. And the we have to, that to make sure that these, that objectives are covered in RCR education. That in case of Tokyo Tech, before coming to Waseda University, I was teaching at the Waseda, Tokyo University, Tokyo Institute of Technology. It's a sort of that we said that the MIT in Japan. So that at Tokyo Tech, we created the code of ethics, and we said that we have to teach, these kind of, that the things, like, that the sorry, this is at NIH, but for the Tokyo Tech, we said that we have to teach, that the fundamental responsibility of researchers and code of conduct, But, well, that unfortunately, that we didn't teach these, that the things at the Tokyo Tech. We said in our regulation we will teach this, and that NIH said that these are that the the subject matters of that the RCR, and also that the NIH conducted the survey on that educational objectives, and they said that in addition to that the skills and knowledge about the responsible conduct of research, we have to that make that the we have to foster research integrity or professional characters, and the ethical sensitivities, and the ethical development solving, problem solving skills. But we cannot do this, just giving a 1 hour lecture, or, asking them take that the e-learning, that the courses. So, that these are the issues. And also that who should teach, that academic RCR. Many people, Japanese people said, we don't have enough number of qualified instructors. I said, that we don't need that the special instructors. I think that everyone who conduct research should be able to give instructions on RCR, because they are doing research, responsible research. And also that the assessment and evaluation efforts are very important. But that we do not have any good tools to measure. I wish that I hope that you can give us or teachers that how to assess and evaluate that RCR education instructions. So that how to address that to these issues. See that I was a member of that establishing this code of conduct for scientists in 2006, and in that that the code of conduct, we said that the every research unit, universities, that the research institutions, or research lab have to have that the research ethics program. It's a not just the top-down RCR education, but that the research unit itself have to have that the autonomous, that the ethics program. And the Science Council of Japan said that we have to have the these kind of components in research ethics program. It was in 2006. I hope that if that the every or many research entities that the in Japan followed, or that the made their own effort in creating research ethics program, that we do not have to talk about these kind of things, that now. And it's like, that the effort done by, Mike and the Michael and the Dina, that they created workshop for teaching, that the research ethics. They, emphasize, that teaching research ethics in the environment, that in the context, in where that the research is done, you have to that teach research ethics in that context. I really agree with that the that their approach, and the what the Science Council of Japan said, research that the ethics program is that very similar to what that the Michael and Gina trying to, to promote. So that's my presentation. So thank you very much for the listening to me, and I hope that you can have you can comment on that my presentation and ask questions. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Jun, for this wonderful presentation, for us to learn the many issues that you've highlighted and the challenges that we are facing, that, many things that is just an add-on thing when we teach, the lack of objective learning outcomes, and more importantly, how to overcome some of these things. And finally, who's capable to teach this, right? So maybe our last presentation by Michael will address this, but before that, we will have Dr. Sophia Pan, one of our young educators in RCR. She is an assistant research fellow at the National Yaming Jiao Tong University. She's currently working closely with the Center for Taiwan Academic Research Ethics Education at the Ministry of Education, and serves as a member of the Board of Directors of the Taiwan Association for Academic Ethics Education. And this afternoon's presentation, she will focus on prevention through education. She will use a special case and highlight some hurdles encountered during the pandemic in 2020. She has prepared a pre-recorded presentation, so we will play that for Sophia now.
Hello, I'm Sophia Pan, an Assistant Research Fellow of Research Center for Humanities and Social Sciences in National Jiao Tong University of Taiwan. Thanks for having me and for giving me the opportunity to talk about the situations of RCR and relevant education in Taiwan during the pandemic. My presentation today contains 3 parts. First, I will describe the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on the RCR education in Taiwan, including the format of the training and the epidemic prevention measures that we applied in face-to-face teaching sites. Second, I will review a case of plagiarism from the master's thesis of a Taiwanese mayoral candidate. And in the third part, I will present a brief overview of the Taiwan Association for Academic Ethics Education, which was only recently established in the middle of 2020. First, let me introduce myself a little bit more. So during the past 8 years, I work collaboratively with incredible scholars in the local universities and government units, and have a broad responsibility for designing and implementing nationwide RCR training programs and doing educational research. And I'm also a member of the board of directors of a nonprofit organization, the Taiwan Association for Academic Ethics Education. And I will give you a brief overview of the association in this talk later. And one more thing. Today, I'm representing myself. That is, the views and opinions expressed in this talk are those of mine and do not necessarily reflect the positions of any of my affiliations. Let's start with the first part, RCR education during the pandemic in Taiwan. And before that, I think I need to give you a quick update on the situations of the coronavirus outbreak in Taiwan. Compared to other countries, the numbers of COVID-19 related cases and deaths are relatively low in Taiwan. For Taiwan, a big advantage was having encountered the crisis of SARS in 2003. Both the government and the public learned some very painful lessons from that experience. So this time, we listened very carefully to what the government guided us to do, which we believe to be evidence-based and science-based instruction. And due to the rapid and effective response to the COVID-19 outbreak in January 2020. Fortunately, semester-length courses at all levels of schools and universities remained in a face-to-face format in the whole year of 2020. However, to avoid any unnecessary social gathering, most RCR and research ethics face-to-face instruction were suspended in the first and second quarters. Therefore, local students and researchers relied heavily on e-learning to renew their RCR and research ethics training, mostly by using the Center for Academic Research Ethics Education, the AREE Center, and by using the CITI program and the TRREE program. Also, in response to the limited face-to-face training sections, some universities performed a more adapted way to respond to the situation, including extending the qualification of students and researchers' current training certificates for a particular time period, like 6 months or less or more. Then in the third and fourth quarters, both infection prevention and the control of epidemic were in a stable condition, and almost no community transmission occurred. Therefore, many universities had fully resumed their face-to-face RCR and research ethics teaching. And of course, some epidemic prevention measures were conducted to comply with the government's epidemic control policies and to secure participants' and students' health across all instructional sites. And I will share more details about this matter later. And at the same time, online RCR training still play a significant role in response to the high demand for training needs in the grant season, especially in the fourth quarter. So as for the epidemic prevention measures, taking an example of the universities I work at, we have set several rules by following the government's COVID-19 social distancing guidelines. Participants of RCR and research integrity training events must fulfill several obligations before entering event venues, including wearing face masks at all times, sanitize their hands with rubbing alcohol, and fill out a health declaration form, including their travel and contact history in the past 14 days, and any symptoms of the coronavirus disease. Also, we will check their temperatures at the entrance. People with fever are not allowed to enter. And the participants need to keep social distance as much as possible, such as by placing empty seats between individuals. So here are some photos of a recent training event. And this is also the end of the first part, the RCR education during the pandemic in Taiwan. Then, let's move on to the second part, a review of a plagiarism case of the degree of a Taiwanese mayoral candidate. So this accusation was made during the time of a mayoral by-election campaign in 2020. The by-election was completed and the candidate did not win the campaign. And of course, I will focus on reviewing this case from a research integrity perspective instead of a political one. So this is a very long story, but in short, the candidate, she joined the Kaohsiung mayoral by-election last year and had been accused of plagiarizing others' work verbatim when she was a graduate student in 2008. And because of these accusations, the public was having some concerns about her integrity. And of course, The scandal affected the prestige of the universities she graduated from, and they conducted a 4-month investigation into the allegation. And the Academic Ethics Committee has concluded their findings, including saying that they did find a large degree of similarity between the candidate's thesis and text from a student's master's thesis in a speech note by a prominent Taiwanese scholar. The university, therefore, revoked the candidate's master's degree to comply with the Degree Conferral Act. And although we do not wish to see any cases of integrity breaches in local academia, it offers the opportunity to rethink our current RCR education and the higher education system issues that have not previously been studied in detail. For example, what are the specific methods for establishing a quality assurance mechanism for degree thesis? So, in response to some plagiarism cases of degree thesis, including the case previously mentioned, the Ministry of Education of Taiwan just released 8 measures they will further conduct to strengthen research integrity among graduate students, including, they say, they will continuously encourage universities to include RCR education among required courses or graduation requirements for master's and doctoral students. And the Ministry of Education will include such education as an evaluation indicator for academic self-discipline, and they will disclose the ratio of the course participants to the public. Also, the Ministry of Education is assessing and developing a national similarity checker of master's and doctoral theses. So performing the similarity checker might become essential for all graduate students in the near future. And a university's degree quality assurance mechanism will be connected with the addition and the adjustment for the department and graduate institutes and their enrollment quota. Besides, the Ministry of Education will proactively investigate and handle ghostwriting cases where the offenders are to be punished under the local laws. And more questions regarding the ghostwriting issues include: what are the methods for effectively detecting improper behavior, such as contract cheating and internet-facilitated cheating? And how can the contract cheating industry and relevant advertisements be detected and then dealt with? Honestly, we don't have specific answers to the questions yet. So recently, public research funding agencies, law enforcement agencies, local universities and colleges, and research integrity scholars are working together to figure out any potential solutions. People in the working group have offered many ideas. For example, phishing, pretending they are graduate students with a need to buy a thesis through the ghostwriting company, and then find any evidence regarding their breach of law, something like that. But law scholars had shown their concerns about the legitimateness of this method. So anyway, we are working on this matter, and we welcome opinions and ideas if you have any regarding this issue. So the third issue brought to the local academic research is about the quality of graduate mentoring, including how can the quality and commitment of mentoring relationships be enhanced. So the AREE Center had formulated and shared several tips that thesis advisors can conduct to secure the quality and integrity of their students' thesis. And of course, this is just the first step. There are so many things that education can do to enhance the quality and the commitment. For example, offering mentorship training for PIs, thesis advisors, and maybe PhD students as well. And the training contents might include like professional decision making and leadership and management in research, and some keys to establishing a successful mentoring relationship. Anyway, we must let mentoring take work and being effective, since it strongly influences and maybe predicts as well the success of a graduate student. Okay, let's turn to the next point. I'm going to give you a quick overview of the Taiwan Association for Academic Ethics Education, the TAAEE, which was only recently established in the middle of 2020. The TAAEE is a nonprofit, non-governmental, and professional organization formed by local academic ethics educators and scholars. And the honorary chairman of the association is Dr. Ovi Zhang, and you may know him well because he was the chair of the 2018 APRI conference in Taipei. And the chairman of the association is Dr. Zhou. She is also the director of the Center for Taiwan Academic Research Ethics Education, and she will give a talk in the Seoul APRI conference this year. And the philosophy of the association is join with local teachers, students, and management personnel at all levels to work collaboratively to deepen the spirit and values of academic ethics in every corner of our campuses. In other words, we are promoting research integrity not only in the higher education system, but also in the local middle schools. And we just completed a workshop in December called Academic Integrity in High School, Ethical Issues in Research Essays Writing. And most of the participants of this event were those senior high school teachers who are in charge of teaching and guiding students to conduct their high school level research and to write a short and formatted research essay. And the essay will be indexed to the student's academic portfolio and become one of the critical materials for review when applying to undergraduate degree programs. So in this event, we share our prior experience and some methods about how to maintain academic and research integrity to the teachers, and some methods for detecting potential plagiarism and the consequence for a breach of integrity were also included in the sharing as well. In the future, we welcome and expect any collaborations with local and international organizations and individuals to promote RCR and research integrity together. For example, we are working with the European Path to Integrity project recently to arrange an RCR trainer-trainer workshop in the coming summer in Taiwan. So, if you have any idea or interest to share and to collaborate with us, please don't hesitate to visit our website and contact us by email. Finally, this is the last slide of my presentation, and I very appreciate that I having this opportunity to present to you. And thank you for your time and attention. And please, stay healthy, safe, and positive. We will get through this pandemic together.
Okay, thank you, Sylvia. A beautiful presentation. Certainly you have touched on many of the hurdles in teaching during this pandemic, not only for RCR, but I think, teaching in general, and really that we need to prepare ahead of time. The high-profile case of plagiarism that you highlighted certainly tells us that research misconducts will come back and bite you yeah, and the importance of mentorship. The idea of starting actually RCR teaching at high school students is, to me, is a very interesting idea, and we really look forward to see the outcome of that. Okay, so we come to our last speaker, which is Michael Kalishman. He is a professor in the Research Ethics program at UC San Diego. His teaching focuses on train the trainers and has run many workshops in cities throughout the world, including Hong Kong. So I was very pleased to have that activity in Hong Kong a few years ago. So I'm pleased to have him to tell us how we can extend RCR education beyond the classroom. He has also prepared a pre-recorded presentation that we will play for you now.
Good afternoon. Over the next few minutes, I hope to talk to you about the goal of extending RCR education beyond the classroom. I'm going to do this at a high-level view based on some things that we've been doing at UC San Diego. I won't be delving in depth into any one of the programs or activities, but hopefully giving a nice overview of the kinds of things that we think might be useful to do. Before I begin, I should focus on the words that are in this title. RCR, by RCR, I mean responsible conduct of research. This is a focus that many of us have. Other words you might hear are research integrity, research ethics, scientific ethics, or scientific integrity. Education means doing things to help promote that goal, and that can be done in many different ways, one of which is in the classroom. I want to talk about the value and need for extending that education beyond the classroom. To answer that question about how we should do this and whether it should be beyond the classroom, we should really always come back to the basic issue of why we're teaching ethics in the first place. Several years ago, in 2007, Dina Plemons and I published a paper in which we described interviews that we had conducted with 50 faculty, 50 teachers of responsible conduct research courses, and we asked them what we thought would have been a simple question, which is, why are you teaching this class? What are you trying to accomplish? What we found was an incredible array of answers to that question. People talked about trying to promote different kinds of knowledge, not necessarily the same kind of knowledge, or different kinds of skills, not necessarily the same skills, each one having particular ideas in mind about what they were trying to accomplish. Other faculty spoke about trying to promote certain kinds of attitudes about responsible conduct of research. And still others, or some of the same ones listed above, were talking about behavioral changes that they were looking for. Every one of these things is a reasonable, good goal for RCR education, but it does beg the question, how can you do all of this? And it begs another question, which is that some people talked about another dimension which goes beyond what the individual might take away, but instead ask, what are we gaining in terms of the community? When people are together talking about these issues, what other kinds of goals might be accomplished by doing that? So if we're going to try and address these goals, then I think it's now important to consider what we need to ask and how we need to answer these issues. So the three questions that I'm going to try and look at today are, first, what precisely is the problem we're trying to solve? What is the problem that we're looking at? Second, what solutions have been tried to address that problem? And finally, is there a better way to do this? And that's the case I'm hoping to make to you, that we can do better than classroom education as the sole way to address these issues. So, well, what is the problem to be solved? I would argue that the problem we're talking about has three different flavors, or three different types. There are some things that are clearly wrong, and we would all agree that these are seriously wrong. There are other things that are problematic, maybe not ideal, but maybe somewhere in between being terribly wrong and being possibly acceptable. And the third, I prefer to use the word questionable here, perhaps somewhat different than many others do. When I hear the word questionable, I think that means there's a question about whether something is acceptable or not. Different people of goodwill and common sense might come to different conclusions. So with what the wrong category, I would argue here, some of the examples of this would be abuse of human or animal subjects, research misconduct as defined in the United States, fabrication, falsification, or plagiarism, but other countries and institutions define that to include other things that can also be very serious, or theft or unauthorized use of research funds. These would be examples of things clearly wrong. Problematic issues would be, for example, poor experimental design, poor record keeping, misuse of statistics. None of these is good, but on the other hand, these don't rise to the level of being seriously wrong as the items above. Questionable items, again, where reasonable people might come to different conclusions, would be things like, when is a result ready for publication? Who should be an author? Or what are our obligations to society? So, delving deeper into this question, the problem to be solved, we're looking at these things that can be wrong, things can be problematic, things can be questionable, and in every case, we really should be wondering, why would good people, and most people in research simply are good people, why would they do something wrong? Well, I would argue that if we're talking about doing something knowing and intentionally wrong, or knowing and intentionally problematic or even questionable, my sense is that those are probably unusual. Each of these progressively more likely, far more likely that somebody would engage in a questionable choice, that different people would come to different conclusions, than that they would commit serious misconduct. But even though this might be unusual, it begs the question of why do we see these things actually fairly often or relatively often? And I'm going to make the case that we can sometimes do things that are unethical, even seriously wrong, without ever recognizing it. And this is the category I put in of unknowing. And for all three of these dimensions, for things that are wrong, things that are problematic, things that are questionable, I would argue that the incentives that we have in research, the systematic and systemic ways in which we are at risk of having blind spots and not even seeing what we need to see, and the rationalizations we might have to justify our actions, all can conspire to lead us to doing perhaps even very seriously wrong things without recognizing this. In short, this is not just about the one or two or few individuals who might be pathological, doing something terribly wrong. We should be thinking about this as a risk for all of us. I want to delve a little bit deeper into this because it's important to understand where these problems might come from if we want to find appropriate interventions to deal with them. So the incentives. I'd like to look back to Charles Darwin, who thought a lot about evolution and how different features are selected for, resulting in different kinds of species. Darwin said in his book On the Origin of Species, any variation, if profitable to an individual, will tend to the preservation of that individual. So if we look at what are the incentives, what are the ways researchers profit, and ask ourselves, what will researchers do? Well, they will try and do what it takes to gain that profit, to succeed. And that means publishing in high impact factor journals, for example, or the number of publications, number of grants, or having a large research group, or being the first person to discover something, or always being right. These are incentives that are familiar to all of us, but when we think about these incentives, these do not promote responsible conduct of research. None of them really favor responsible conduct. And in fact, in some cases, one could argue these incentives will be best met or best achieved by doing things that compromise values, compromise standards. That's what we look at when we look at how we decide to move forward in academia. We also have blind spots. Several years ago, Bazerman and Ten Brunsell in 2011 wrote a book called Blind Spots, Why We Fail to Do What's Right and What to Do About It. What they did is they looked at a number of cases of serious problems that had occurred previously, nationally or internationally, and discovered that many individuals would be involved in creating a problem, but doing so simply because they had a blind spot. They weren't looking at what they should have been looking at. Instead, they were looking at what they were told was important. And in that situation, Basler and Ten Brunsell very appropriately noted that ethical interventions, such as classroom teaching, have failed and will continue to fail because they are predicated on a false assumption that individuals recognize an ethical dilemma when it is presented to them. If you don't see the dilemma because you are focused on something else, you will never even consider the need to try and address the problem. Finally, we human beings are very good at rationalizations. Social scientists who study white-collar crime, for example, have identified a number of rationalizations we use to protect ourselves from seeing ourselves as being problematic. This list is from Heath in 2008. It's a very common set of rationalizations. For example, people will deny responsibility. It wasn't my fault. It wasn't intended. They will deny injury, that anyone that might be harmed by what they're doing wasn't really injured. Denying that they're a victim in the first place, that the other person perhaps isn't a victim. Condemning the condemner. So if you are discovered doing something wrong, then you blame the whistleblower rather than answer the charges. Appeal to higher loyalties. This is a classic example that we saw after World War II in the Nazi war crimes trials, where many individuals would say, I was just following orders. Or other people might say, I'm just following some moral principle. But doing that in a blind way, resulting possibly in bad outcomes. Saying that everyone else is doing it. If everyone else is doing this thing, then it should be okay for me to do it. And finally, perhaps saying, well, I did so much good in the past, or I suffered so much in the past, that I'm entitled now to be able to get something else. If you look at these three things, incentives, blind spots, and rationalizations, they conspire to really drastically increase the risk that people will do the wrong thing, maybe even commit serious research misconduct. So what have we tried to address the problem of misconduct and misbehavior in science and less than good practices? Well, the history is fairly simple, actually. It was interesting when I started thinking about this. So before the 1980s, our model for dealing with the kinds of questions we might look at here was to rely on mentoring. Beginning in the 1980s, though, when in the US anyway, we started seeing cases of research misconduct, people started asking questions about what we were doing, there was the beginnings of an emphasis on classroom teaching, which really took off beginning in the 1990s. The idea being that you could improve the environment by having people work in the classroom, learn in the classroom, and therefore somehow this would change behavior. But all indications are this hasn't really shifted the environment as much as we would have liked, and by some measures, perhaps it seems we have not done very much at all. And ironically, in the 2000s, we've in part first because some people started turning to online training as an easy way to track people having gotten their education. We've more recently, and very recently because of the pandemic, have been moving to online training because we can't be together in the classroom. All of these have potentially some value. I mean, there's no doubt that each of these can be important, but they all do beg the question of whether there is a better way, because they all have so far largely fallen short when you look at a variety of measures of institutional, systemic impact. So is there a better way? Is there something else we can do? And this is the question we've been asking at UC San Diego, and we've decided that it was important to focus on the environment instead of the classroom. And the premise here is a pretty simple one that you should see immediately if you think about what we're doing when we say, let's have a course as a way to train someone. As an example, in the United States, the National Institutes of Health has the most clear and widespread requirement for training in responsible conduct of research, And they're very explicit, saying that they want 8 hours of training at least once every 4 years. Well, 8 hours in 4 years is an incredibly small amount of time. During that 4 years, a researcher nominally will work 2,000 hours a year in the research environment. So that's 8,000 hours over 4 years in the research environment, which is in theory going to be balanced by 8 hours in the classroom, 0.1% of their life. We should not expect too much of that time. In fact, if you're working in the environment and you see things that are just completely different than what you heard about and learned about in the classroom, those things will soon be forgotten, or if they're remembered, they will be seen as quaint or inappropriate or not useful. So we need to think about how we can move into the environment rather than just working in the classroom. And so I'm going to talk about 3 models we've used in San Diego, and they are all in development. They are all still new, but each has at least some level of promise. The first one began 5 to 8 years, about 8 years ago, that range, that I worked on with Dina Plemons from UC Riverside. Now, Dina and I were interested in the possibility that we could train faculty to be more effective mentors of responsible conduct of research. So through a fairly systematic and careful process, we developed a curriculum for workshops that we subsequently taught, and other people taught using the model we'd created, to faculty who were interested in learning how to be better mentors for responsible conduct of research. The good news is that this would mean that those faculty in the research environment are talking about RCR in ways that will be meaningful and memorable to the trainees and the mentees in their research groups. That's good. And what's also good is that the faculty who participated in our workshops found what we did to be useful, and they were intrigued and excited by some of the concepts discussed. They gave the workshops high ratings. But the bad news is this was only the faculty who volunteered to do this. This was the faculty who were interested in doing this. And perhaps not surprisingly at all, these faculty were already doing many of the things that we were talking about. So this perhaps would have helped improve the environment somewhat in some research groups, but it certainly wouldn't be widespread because it would be limited to groups that are already arguably moving in the right direction. So we puzzled over what might be done next best, and working with a postdoctoral researcher at UCSD, Cindy Shirer, and I came up with the idea of maybe promoting student champions to promote ways to talk about responsible conduct of research. We got some funding internally from the campus and asked for students who might be interested in doing more in ethics, put together a workshop where we taught them similarly to what we had done for faculty RCR mentors, but now the focus was students. Now the focus wasn't for a student to be a mentor in a research group, but for them to be the leader, the champion for some sort of approach that might be more systemic. So for example, something that might be done with many students, maybe a journal club or an activity that they could talk about ethics that would span across many different groups and as a result, insert ethical conversations into the research environment rather than pulling it out in a separate way. Our hope was to find simple things that these students could do that would still be effective. The students were excited. They had come up with some great ideas, many that were different than ones that we had even considered. And they started working on it, and it soon became clear, or I should say over a period of about a year, it became clear that these students had two challenges that were going to get in the way of success. One was that they had no power. So if a student wanted to do something that might be seen as somewhat problematic, they had no standing to really say, I would like to do this. Others who have more power, the faculty and the administrators, would easily or could easily say no. And second, they were students. They had incredible demands on their time and not a lot of flexibility to be able to do something that was arguably extra. So this was disappointing, even though it seemed to have a good start. We've continued it in a slightly different version now, which is that we simply have announced that students who are interested can come and work with us in the domain of ethics. And when we get a sufficiently large group of students with an interest, then we work with them on trying to promote some ethics activity that they would like to work on. So it's useful. It's another way to interject ethics in the campus, but it's not sufficient by itself. And then finally, Faculty Champions is what we're working on now, a current NSF grant in UCSD's Jacobs School of Engineering. We're using a combination in a way of the first two models. And in this case, the goal is to help faculty who are interested to be able to generate activities that are simple but will be effective, that can cut across boundaries and promote research ethics throughout the institution. So those are the things we're doing in San Diego now, and ways that we hope we can move RCR education out of the classroom. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Michael, for this very educational presentation and how we should move forward by identifying the problem that we're trying to solve and the many blind spots that many of us fail to see. I think the need to focus on the environment rather than the classroom for RCR education is clear, but I think implementing it is tough, as you point out, as we require all PIs to practice this within the lab. Or should we actually rely on students who have learned from the classroom to maintain this within the lab, So classrooms learning from both the faculties and students. So thank you very much. I think now we have plenty of time for questions. So we'll move into the question time. So let me begin. I think there's lots of questions, some from YouTube and also some from members within the Zoom group. So let me actually ask questions first from YouTube. There's a question for Deming. It said you indicated that Myanmar are translating the Malaysian RCR material. Are they only translating or also adapting to make it context relevant? I'm interested in their approach. Deming?
All right, thanks, Danny. Thanks, Paula, for the question about cultural adaptation. I think I want to also tackle this question from Sophia, because I think those two questions are somewhat related about cultural, social context. It is especially tricky when we are doing transnational, cross-cultural RCR education. We are keenly aware that different countries have different lingos, different language, different social historical background in research. So we always tell our international friends and colleagues in this RCR and RCR project is to take the basic principles that we're sharing with you, but adapt it and contextualize it for your audience, whether it's in Myanmar, Philippines, or Cambodia, using terminologies, using the ecosystem that your audience will be able to relate to. So we try not to enforce. It's not a Malaysian way. It is not a Singapore way. But the basic principles are universal. It's how you apply it and how you teach it can be unique for your own countries. So for Myanmar's situation, they are doing a translation, straight translation of the basic principles. I don't think they have translated the case studies or the role plays activities yet. But we told them, if you were to translate those case studies, try to use social context that your researchers can relate to.
Okay, thank you. There's actually another question just also for you, Deming, so maybe I'll focus on that too. This is also from YouTube. The question is that when your program was used in the various Asian countries, what have you heard about how well the program was received by the students and by the teachers? I think this is actually quite critical.
Yeah, that's a good question. This is a question from Michael. So long answer and short answer, right? The short answer is that the participants, they generally really enjoyed it because the workshop, the philosophy that we want to embed within our RC education is based on student engagement. So when students felt engaged, they tend to be more into it. They invest more energy into the workshop. So we don't have any quantitative analysis, but I think, Michael, you gave me a good idea that I should think about how we can collect some data from the participants, how they felt about the workshop. But from the stories that we gather from our instructors, they enjoy teaching it. And if they enjoy teaching it, I think the students enjoy learning it. The other part of the answer is that because teaching RCR is not very straightforward. It's not like teaching engineering if you're an engineer or biology if you're a biologist. Many of these people are not from the RCR background. So how much they can engage the participants, how in-depth they can go, it is different between instructors. So whether the students can really get into it, it also depends on the skill sets of the instructors, which is why we have our RCR project is to build capacity, demonstrate how to do it, and also provide them with material to do it effectively.
Okay, thank you, Deming. Also, there are actually a number of questions for Dr. Fudano. Maybe I invite Chanshap to raise his question first, and I think Michael also got a few questions to raise as well too.
Yeah, thank you. This is Chanshap from Korea. My question to Dr. Fudano is that he told that the education for the RCR is very difficult, and the problem actually we have in Korea too are who is quite suitable for the education for the RCR and the research integrity and the research ethics. So my question is that is there any program or the educational curriculum to raise a specific, either it's a professor or the graduate students, to train them as a teacher or trainer for the RCR education?
Thank you. Thank you very much for that the question. Well, unfortunately we do have that the number of the workshops or seminars, that for those who are interested in teaching RCR or somehow asked to teach in RCR or academic integrity, but those are provided by the funding agencies or sometimes Ministry of Education. And we do not have any formal, that educational programs for the RCR educators or instructors. Actually, I tried to create one, at the Tokyo Institute of Technology, but I was not successful. I couldn't get enough, the institutional support to, create that kind of programs in Japan. So, but in the near future, I hope, that we can create such programs in Japan.
Okay, thank you. There's also questions from Ukku Kim. So would you like to actually follow up that? I think it's a sort of follow up to the previous question by Chansu.
Yeah, thank you very much. I have asked question to ask Dr. Fudano, whether the RCR education in Japan use real misconduct cases that happened in Japan or elsewhere. And then the next question is the new policy, new guideline of MAX in 2014, which set the policy to opening the misconduct cases on the website. Does it help to prevent research misconduct cases, or what was the impact?
Thank you very much for your question. for the first question, that we do use that the actual, that misconduct cases, the Japanese cases as well as that the foreign cases. We use that the Korean cases also, and we ask, that the student to, that the at least, in my case, I asked my student to analyze, the why that kind of things happened, what are the causes, that the misconduct, what kind of environment made, that the such, that the bad cases, and the but that the but I also, that do that aspirational side of that the ethics. That I ask the student to, come up with that the good cases, that good decision making, by the researchers. So I do take, that they try to take a balance between that the bad cases and the good cases, but that the most of our Japanese, that is RCR instructors just focus on that the misconduct cases. I think that is bad. So that we have to do both, aspirational and also that the preventive ethics. And for your second question, that the unfortunately we do that those, that the publicizing that the misconduct cases by the next doesn't have much effect on that the research community in Japan. Not many people that know about that they next is publicizing that the misconduct cases, and unfortunately that we do have that a number of the serious the misconduct cases after the that the practice that of the next that the publicizing that the misconduct cases. So not much impact. That's my that observation.
Thank you. Michael, you have quite a number of questions as well too. Would you like to ask your questions to Dr. Fudano?
Yes, certainly. Actually, I should be clear that I'm really enjoying this panel. It's been really, the whole session has been really fascinating. So my question actually overlaps Deming's work as well. The similar question I asked to him is so June, to what extent have you seen that programs like Deming's that involve active engagement, it sounds like your own teaching may do that. What extent have you seen that the students enjoy it and that and the professors, and that it's found to be useful? And I'm asking this because it's relevant to your concern that you haven't been able to get traction nationally to get people to emphasize such training.
Yeah, well, that the see, I'm somehow fortunate, that I had that opportunity to teach full length, that courses, that the one semester or one quarter, course on, that devoted to that the RCR, so that I'm able to, use that the active, that the learning approach in my courses. So then the student enjoy, that doing that active learning practices. And so, and also that I ask, that the my graduate student, the student in the graduate courses to create their own research ethics program for their own laboratory. And they enjoy that. They exchange that information with that the people from other, that the research laboratories, so that they see, that the differences between that, say that the engineering, the lab and the life science lab. So they do not know that what's going on in that the other type of that the research field. So that they actually enjoy those, that the active learning mode of that the RCR education, but not many universities have that kind of that the setting. To have the full length, that the full scale RCR courses. So just, giving a lecture, 1 hour lecture or 2 hour lecture, that once a year suffices, that with that the requirement of that the Ministry of Education. So.
Well, I mean, assuming that those universities, even with a 1 hour program, could do something that involves active engagement, kind of begs the question. I mean, I've heard both from people in various regions of areas of Asia and people who aren't in Asia talking about the difficulty of doing active engagement exercises with Asian students. And I think Deming's experience throughout the Southeast Asian region, your own experience in the classroom suggests that's not necessarily true.
Yeah.
And so how do you, so what my other question was just, it's more rhetorical, is there a way to make the case to people in Japan, maybe even throwing out the word ethics in the process, but trying to make the case that these kinds of conversations aren't for the individual, but they're for the community, that doing this successfully is going to make for better science, a better group approach.
Well, that the actually see that the I give that the workshops, that sponsored by that Japanese Science and Technology agencies, and the in that workshop, that I send, that the message to that those people who are in that workshop, as you said, that this is not just the individual, but this is for the making that the better science, that better good science practice, and the some also that the so protecting, that organizations and also the society. So I'm trying to do that, but not enough. I think that many people still that operate in that the RCR, in that the preventive ethics in mode. Yes.
Thanks.
Great, thanks. Sophia, before I move to all the questions that are for you, you also have a question that to everybody, right? Maybe you want to actually address that and see any of the speakers can, or anybody in Zoom can address.
Yes, I have a question about cultural issues, but I think Demi has already answered some of the answers about that question. So how about I just move on to answering my questions?
Okay, then. All right. Feel that you're satisfied with Deming's. Okay. Right. So I think, Deming, you have a question for Sophia.
Yes, I do have a question for Sophia. So, it's very interesting because Professor Zhou Chen this afternoon talked about the national online project that they have, and hundreds of thousands of people have attended that online courses. At the same time, I know that, from Sophia's presentation, you also have your face-to-face interactive engagement. So I just want to ask Sophia, what do you talk about and what do you cover in your face-to-face in-person gatherings?
So first, I don't think the face-to-face training in Taiwan are very active, very involve many active interactions. Most of the trainings are lecture-based. And basically in each face-to-face sessions, we target to 1 or 2 specific topics. For example, we might spend 3 hours to just talk about authorship, including who can be the authors and what and where are the guidelines about authorship, and what would be happen if you involved in questionable authorship, and doing some case studies. And we also run such sections covering the topics of predatory journals and conferences. And I think we have academic and scientific writing. And the topic recently conducted in the training is self-plagiarism. Since the Ministry of Science and Technology of Taiwan just included the self-plagiarism as a form of research misconduct. So we have performed many sessions regarding this topic across local universities, maybe more than 10 sessions already, to remind local researchers and students about these new issues. So these are what we do in the face-to-face training. Yeah.
Okay, so there are a couple questions from YouTube chat. Yes, the first one is, to improve mentoring, have you considered championing training graduate students in good mentoring practices and showing them how being good mentors will be good for them as well?
Honestly, we haven't seriously think that far yet. Instead, we believe that we should guide the current professor level mentors to be a good and responsible mentors first at this moment, because we found that many research misconduct cases involving graduate students are attributable to a problematic mentorship. And this a problematic mentorship is a systematic issue. It might be a cultural issue as well in the academia. Because, for example, referencing to the philosophy of Confucianism ethics we discussed in another plenary before, according to that philosophy, it is very rude to say no to your mentors. But this situation might be a root cause of leading research misconduct. So we believe that we should guide our mentors to be a more open-minded mentors, including listening more their students' ideas and accepting more your students' no's, and even more allowing your mentees to challenging your ideas. And we did have ever considered to form a peer education programs so that we can gather in some graduate students who are interested in academic integrity and research ethics to mentor each other and to handle any academic work issues or any academic integrity issues together. But before we doing that, we have to consult to their mentors first. So in order to respect our cultures and respect their senior mentors' authorities. So yes, that's
right. So I guess in some way though, so having the students, able to sort of also mentoring others around them, right, would be a good thing, right? So the issue is what Michael has brought up, really the environment. So the environment is not just the PI itself, but the environment involves the PI, the students, and everybody around what they do in the lab. So, so I guess in a way, should we begin to think about while we're training these students, RCR education, that we should also give them some background in terms of how to facilitate this sort of process within the research environment. Do you have a comment, Sophia?
I'm just sorry. I'm just looking at Michael's questions. Are the faculty free to choose what activities they want to do to promote RCR? I don't think they really promote RCR during their mentoring, because the university, at least the university I work, the faculty members, they highly relied on our academic integrity and research ethics office training to train their students. They believe that their students will be well trained by our educational programs offered by the university. So I know some of the professors, they did really great job to do some one-on-one trainings to promote RCR in their group discussions and group training sections. But I don't think there is I don't think many university doing. I don't think many professors doing so. So I think that is probably a good idea from Michael to hold up a maybe faculty champion, like a award offered from the UC San Diego to honor some mentors, senior mentors and students who did really great job to mentoring and promoting RCR in the campus communities. I think that is a great idea.
And if I could jump in, I think the questioner might have actually intended that question to go to me. I think they noted afterwards that they had meant for instead of from, so it wasn't from me. Just to add, so we have the main focus for our activities for faculty to do is a grant from the National Science Foundation that is funded for us to do a project in the Jacobs School of Engineering at UCSD. And I can share a URL in the chat here, but I don't know how that will work for the participants otherwise, where we have a list of the wide variety of activities from which the faculty can choose of things they can do. Danny, I don't know what happens if I put something in the chat, but here's the link. Let's see what happens. Put to everyone. And if anybody, if they had access to that list, we've got activities that are primary focus on ethics. So somebody might give a lecture or seminar on ethics or something of that sort, or have a movie night once a month for that, some interesting science and technology movie, and they can talk about the ethical issues afterwards. There are activities for the classroom, how you encourage active learning in the classroom, departmental institutional initiatives, additions to existing activities, things that can be done in research groups, options for creating resources and guidelines. Every one of these things by itself is not a big deal. It's not a lot to do, but people can choose from any of those that they want to do. And if a lot of people are doing them, then you raise the bar for the culture is the goal.
So Deming, you have a sort of similar questions, right, for Michael. Would you like to elaborate on that a little bit more?
Oh, I think Michael has answered my question. I'm glad Sophia also answered that question, although the question was directed to Michael, but I'm very happy to hear Sophia's answer as well. I think Michael has
right. So you have
shared the link. I think those are very good resources to check out and also learn.
Right. Okay, thank you. Lee, you have a number of questions for Michael too, in particularly whistleblowers. Would you like to forward that question to him?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Danny. So my question actually goes to 4 speakers. The first one specific to Professor Kali Chiman. So you mentioned that UCSD has adopted various measures promoting research integrity and curbing misconducts. So I just wondering if you could talk a little bit more on the protection of whistleblowers and alleged misconductors before their misbehavior being proven. So that's for you. And for the other 3 speakers in Asian, because I'm talking about the cultural context. I'm thinking about the Duke case, right? So actually the whistleblowers was rewarded, substantially, whistleblowing the misconduct of Duke University. So I just wondering, do you think this is plausible in Asian countries? And what are benefits and the potential problems, in your opinion, about rewarding whistleblowers? Thank you.
So I can answer my part, I think, fairly quickly. At UC San Diego, we are in the same position as most institutions around the country in the US. Over the last 25 to 30 years, the protections for whistleblowers have been increased substantially, so that in theory, a whistleblower cannot be retaliated against, and their testimony will be valued. There are ways for them to blow the whistle anonymously. So there are a lot of things in place. In practice, it's still the real world, and it's very difficult still to blow the whistle, not just UCSD, but other places as well. There's a lot of work we need to do better on that.
Well, in Japan, can I answer the question?
Yes, please.
Okay. In Japan, we do have, that each institution have that the system to, that the receive that the allegations or whistleblowing. However, there is no it is very difficult, that in Japanese, that the society to blow that the whistle, and there is no enough, that the system to protect, that the whistleblowers, even though we have that the law created maybe 10, 15 years ago and revised last year, that to protect that the whistleblowers. It's a national law. However, that in practice, that it is not working well. So it's not plausible.
Okay, actually, I actually want to reverse the question a little bit. I have a question because recently we've come across, not a whistleblower per se, but someone basically has a grudge, okay, against people, and And this so-called whistleblower has been sending email left, right, and center to everybody, right? So you can do this, and it turns, it could be a form of defamation, or and so forth, right? So how do we see these sort of practices where someone just sends these messages about research misconduct to everybody in the university at various level and so forth. So this is it's a form of harassment as well too. So how do people see this?
Well, in the midst of the silence, I'll throw, so I've actually had to deal with that, Danny, often, because people come to consult with me about problems in our campus. And so I've had multiple instances of people doing what you're describing, where there might be a kernel of truth and concern and worry that's real, but in their mind, this is the worst possible thing that has ever happened in academia, and nobody's listening to them. So you're right, it's the flip side. And despite how painful it is for me dealing with people in that condition, I'm going to argue that this is one of the costs we should be willing to accept in exchange for allowing people to come forward with something that's a problem. I wish I could also give you, along with that, some advice on how to deal with somebody in that situation. I can talk to you about all of the tricks that I've tried. When I say tricks, that's not a crude word. All of the strategies I use to explain what's going on and what's likely to go on, and how to deal with their concerns. But I'd say it's part of the cost. That's what we need to accept.
Okay, thank you. Right. Let me see if there's any other questions. I think we've actually exhausted most of the questions that are online. So are there any sort of, we're free to have we still have another 7 minutes or so before we move to room A for the closing ceremony. So are there any more questions from YouTube? Okay. So I think I got a question from Deming, but I think he just walked away for a little while. So maybe I have a question for Jun.
Yes.
Really in terms of, because you mentioned that many of in terms of the education, you bring in external speakers and so forth, and you feel that is not sufficient, right?
Yes.
And we tend to do these too at the institution level. However, our thought is that having the external speaker there, rather than an internal speaker, usually then nobody listens. And that's of course, but having an external speaker, have a little bit more sort of weight to the message. And when we do teach or have workshops, RCR workshop for all our faculties and so forth.
Yes. Well, that the workshop, I agree with you, but that the problem is, in the Japanese, that the context, the institutions or universities, just ask that the external speaker, that just invite them. They do not, that tell what kind of, that the topics or what kind of, that the outcomes, that they want to have through those, lectures or workshops. They just invite, say, I give that the seminars and the workshop at the various universities, but I never asked, that to, that the include this kind of topics, and that's kind of the, that try to come out with that kind of outcomes. Just, that they said, Professor Fudano, just come and then talk. And I talk whatever I want to talk. I think that is not, that the good way to do that, the RCR education.
Sophia, actually, I have a question for you. I'm actually quite interested in the approach that Taiwan is taking up to initiate some sort of training for high school students. So how extensive is this, or is it a pilot program that have been tested? And what was the rationale behind all this, and the level of support that you're getting?
I think this is just a pilot program. We just offer only one session so far to the high school teachers, because they are in charge to teach high school levels research in their schools. And those research will be indexed to the students' e-portfolio when they do some undergraduate program administration. So we believe that this is important to guide those high school teachers about how to teach your high school students about what is research integrity and what is academic integrity. And we do this session because some media has already reported that they did found a certain levels of high school students. They do some plagiarism stuff in their high school levels research, and they also index those plagiarism work to their e-portfolios to review by the universities. That's why we believe that we think that we already have some educational materials to teach high school students, to teach university students about what is academic integrity. So how about we just use those materials to teach and to share to our high school teachers to let them use our materials to teach academic integrity in their classes. And we also did some needs assessments in that training sessions, including what topic they want us to cover in the future sections, and including also who are they, have they ever write a research or do a thesis before, is about their degree, their highest degree. So we know more about who are teaching the high school students now and what they want. So we will form new sections to guide the high school teachers in the future.
Thank you. Also, I was wondering how receptive were these, from the high school teachers to take up such learning? Were they, was it highly responsive? What was the response rate from the different schools?
I'm not really sure your question. Could you say again?
So, meaning is that were they very receptive? These teachers were they receptive to come to these sort of workshops? And
yes, I remember that there's almost 100 high school students across all local high schools to come to join our first training sections. So we believe that there is a huge demand to teach high school students, to guide high school teachers about how to teach academic integrity and where are their materials there. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I've been told by the organizers that we've got a couple minutes and we need to shift to room A. So I'd like to take this opportunity to thank all the speakers for their lovely presentation. We had a really extensive discussion with questions both from YouTube chat and also within the participants in Zoom. So thank you very much, everybody. And we now should move back to room A for the closing. Okay, see you all in room A.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye.